Let's go! Happy draft day, everybody!
Here he is again, going through some traffic, still going. Bowers, touchdown, Georgia.
Here's Slovis. Roman Wilson trying to run under it. There it is. Ball.
Slovis is having a solid.
Michigan tight ends in the ball game. They hand it to Corum again and makes the cut. First down. Spooks and scores. Blake Corum puts Michigan on top in overtime. As fast as they possibly can, needing 2 scores. McCall sacked again. Latu.
Hello, everybody, and welcome in here. Happy draft day, y'all, and welcome into the 2024 MI6 Sports Network's Draft Extravaganza. We are glad to have you here on the show here tonight. It's going to be a fun show. It's going to be a long show. So buckle up, get your popcorn, get your soda, get your coffee like I have here tonight, and get ready. It's gonna be a long, fun ride. It's our fourth time doing this. And every year it's produced such great legendary moments and memories. And man, I can't wait to see what tonight brings. I know we're probably gonna have quarterback, and then the rest of the draft is gonna be like, it's gonna be something. We don't know what's gonna be thrown out there. We'll see, but man, it's gonna be fun. But yeah, man, it's happy draft day, everybody. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you give us a like and a subscribe. If you're watching this via Facebook, go ahead and just share this video everywhere. And we can go ahead and get a lot of views and a lot of people to watch this stream. So we're not going to be streaming the draft. We're just going to be streaming the pick, and we're going to be live reacting to the pick and also reacting to any bombshell trades and any moves that come here tonight. But the Chicago Bears have the first overall pick. They'll be picking number 1 overall. Most likely it's going to be Caleb Williams. I mean, that's kind of been the the secret that's been open for a long time, but we shall see. It's probably gonna be official tonight, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. Can't wait for it. I'm gonna have a lot more of my co-hosts here join us here tonight on this program here as we mark the 4th edition of the MI6 Sports Networks and IM6 Networks collaborative NFL Draft Extravaganza. It's going to be fun. So it's going to be so much fun. Right now, the draft is in Detroit. It's being introduced by Eminem. And yeah, let's send it to the commissioner. The draft here tonight as we prepare for the start of the draft.
Kidding about the rap battle. We're going to save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, Em, here you go. Detroit!
Here we go.
What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
Hey, Detroit, who's your daddy? That's right. Brock Purdy. But yeah, look at this scene right now in Detroit. You have all the Lions players coming out right now. But the draft is about to get underway. It's going to be some very exciting times here. Remember, we are not streaming the draft. We are just streaming the picks as they come in and just reacting to it. Please, our stream might be, it might be, it might be a little bit delayed. So if you know the pick beforehand, please do not spoil it. We just want the fun of these genuine and awesome reactions here tonight. So, man, let's get it, man. The draft. We got some breaking news, by the way. The New England Patriots do not appear to be trading the third overall pick. The league-wide expectation is that New England will select a player with that draft, with that pick. So, also, Tommy Curran is reporting, Patriots Insider is reporting that the Patriots are working on a potential trade for 49ers star wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. I know there was a lot of speculation about potentially Brandon Ayuk being dealt tonight. I will see what happens. That's why this draft is going to be just so fascinating, because you have Brandon Ayuk, you have Deebo Samuel, who could be out there. There's a lot of guys out there that are going to be out there, so that could be traded. So get ready, man. Here we go. The draft is about to be underway from Detroit. The Chicago Bears have the first overall pick. Make sure you guys put in the comment section, who do you guys think the Bears will take? Is it going to be Caleb Williams? Is it going to be a shocker? Are they going to stun the world? Who knows? Make sure you guys just write that in the comment section, and I'll read it live on the air. And Roger Goodell is speaking right now, surrounded by the Detroit Lions. Here, Jared Goff. You see Amon-Ra St. Brown. And the rest of the crew here in Detroit. But yeah, here we go, man. The NFL draft. I got my Brock Purdy jersey. I got the Brock Purdy socks, wearing those right now. I'm ready, man. First time my 49ers have had a first round pick, and man, it's definitely going to be exciting to see who we get. But yeah, the draft, the Chicago Bears are on the clock, folks. The Bears, they have 9 minutes to make their pick. The Bears are on the clock here tonight. Most likely it's going to be Caleb Williams, but hey, we've seen some surprises here around the NFL draft. So, yeah, make sure you guys, like I said, make sure you guys like and subscribe, and also any comments that you guys have, go put it in the comment section and we'll read it live on the air. But the Chicago Bears are on the clock. Their front office waiting to see what they are going to do. As you can see, I'll put it up back, put the stream back up when the Bears do in fact make that pick, and we have Roger Goodell. It's going to probably be Caleb Williams, creative, twitchy home run hitter, is 6'1", 214 pounds. He kind of reminds me of Kyler Murray, Patrick Mahomes in a little bit. He really good improvisation quarterback. So, we shall see what transpires with him. But, I think he's set up for success. I mean, Keenan Allen, you have a lot of the playmakers that he's got there, in Detroit. Cole Kmet also, DJ Moore. So I think he's going to have a lot of success. They're putting weapons around him. They fixed the offensive line. So he definitely, as, Caleb Williams is being shown right now on the draft. He's being shown right over there. But, yeah, I mean, Caleb Williams, I think, will be the number one pick. I don't want to guarantee it, because we've seen some crazier things, but looks like it's going to be Caleb Williams. He is resting. Nice suit, by the way, Caleb. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be Caleb Williams that will have, or that will be the number one pick in this year's NFL draft. Some of my colleagues come on here. We are waiting here for the Bears to make their pick. It looks like it's going to be Caleb, but we shall see. We're going to be joined by a lot of guys tonight, so it's going to be fun. As the Chicago Bears, look at their whole draft room. They're smiling right now, so it looks like they have their quarterback of the future. It looks like it. So as we wait for the clock to tick down, 7 minutes to go until the Bears make their pick here tonight. Caleb Williams just got the call, I think. He just got the call. So it looks like it's going to be him. Looks like it's going to be Caleb Williams here tonight. But yeah, we got about 6 minutes to go here. They are just showing Caleb Williams' highlights right now. Bears got 6 more minutes to make their selection. As we're trying to get a couple more people to hop on the stream right now. Hey, if you guys want to hop on the stream, by the way, feel free, and I'll send you the link. Just message me or DM me, and I'll send you guys the stream link. So as we are still about 6 minutes to go, the Bears GM is talking, and the Bears head coach is talking to on the phone. So it looks like it's going to be Caleb. Caleb Williams was shown to be on the phone earlier, so looks like it's going to be Caleb. Bears number 1 overall pick. And it looks like it's going to be Caleb Williams, as they are still talking right now here tonight. By the way, let's just give you guys an update. I know this is a football show, but let's give you guys an update right now. Cavs and Magic, the Cleveland Cavaliers, or the Orlando Magic, in a pivotal Game 3 hold a 61-45 lead in that game. The Magic desperately trying to win a game and avoid that dreaded 3-0 deficit. They're up by 16 right now at the half. So while we keep track of that, we're going to have a couple more NBA games. The Bears are on the clock here in Detroit. 4 minutes to go. The Bears' first-round picks in 2019 tackled Darnell Wright. They didn't have a pick in the 2022 draft. And now it looks like it's going to be Caleb Williams, but we shall see and wait for it to be official. All right, I got my guys here. What's up, guys?
I know.
Skull! Isaiah and Trevor.
The Superchargers are back,
moment.
baby. The Superchargers are back.
The Superchargers, Trevor. I can't wait to hear the moment when the Minnesota Vikings select quarterback out of the University of Michigan, J.J. McCarthy.
Finally, the
trade
pick
him
is in.
and a couple of picks for Justin Herbert. The future shall be set, Trevor.
Delusion.
For both the Chargers and the Vikings. But right now, guys, the pick is in. Let's go tune in to Detroit, Michigan for the number 1 overall pick, which we presume will be Caleb Williams out of USC.
You guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we hear you fine, Isaiah. Just go ahead and turn on the volume there.
Yeah, give me 1 second. But they are in
the lower
commercial right
left-hand
now. Hold on.
Yes.
See, the technical difficulties are already
MI6.
happening. Even better.
The good old MI6.
Here, let me fix
technical
this.
problem,
But yeah,
right,
they're only.
Trevor?
It
Yes,
certainly
they are.
is.
They are still talking right now. I think the Bears have about 30 seconds to make their selection before Roger Goodell comes on the air. So once we do that, then I'll put it back on and try to hopefully figure this out.
And the
Oh,
pick
right
is
over
in.
here.
NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
Surprise! No, I'm kidding.
Finally! What a shocker. I can't believe it. I was not going to.
Congratulations to Caleb
Oh my
Williams.
God.
First overall pick of the 2024 draft.
Can I say it now, Steven?
Yes.
He's a boss. He's going to freeze up in the cold north. I'm just going to say that now. From Southern California, can't play outside. He's going to struggle in Chicago. What were they thinking? Terrible pick.
But his talent is undeniable.
They wanted to reset the quarterback salary and go with the younger prospect who has a greater potential.
He's going to freeze up there in Chicago when it's sub-zero. I'm making that clear now.
The Vikings torture. Caleb Williams enters the division. Let's go.
Vikings are really
Make the
good
Vikings
against,
lose more. 100 years more of losing. Come on, Steven. Come on.
No, man, the Vikings are actually really
Beautiful.
good against rookie quarterbacks. They have a really, really good track record against rookie quarterbacks. So I don't know what you're talking about, Isaiah.
So Caleb goes number one. Yeah, Caleb's number one. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that reaction right there. That's a nice suit, by the way.
Now he gets to
It's
go
like a
home
nice
and
Isaiah and
relax.
Trevor level reaction. Like when Trevor won the MI6 fantasy league, huh?
I never won the MI6 Fantasy League yet. Yet. Making that
Look at
claim
that
now.
draft
Maybe
room.
it's this
The Bears
year.
just got their franchise quarterback. Beautiful.
Now, how fast is
right.
going to be Washington's pick? That's the real question now.
Oh, yeah. They're on the clock right now, I think. I'll take it off just so that we don't get taken down. But, yeah, is it Washington on? Yeah, Washington's on the clock. They got pick number 2. But, Trevor, Steven, I think the real intrigue, though, starts at pick number 3. Is what is New England going to do? Are they going to go J.J. McCarthy and make sure he absolutely so mad that he throws tables at the gym? Or are they going to go with Drake May? So that's the intro. Or they can go with Marvin Harrison Jr. too. So, but yeah, Caleb Williams.
What are the main options here left?
Is Washington going Jaden Daniels now? I think is that what they're doing?
I think so. That's the consensus. Yes, Jaden Daniels.
Well, unless they traded it away.
By the way, guys, if there's any
where did Washington trade away Sam Howell? Or is he still on the Commanders?
I'm not
No, he's
sure.
on the Seahawks. He got traded to the Seahawks to replace Drew Lock.
As the backup.
Yes. So the Commanders are on the clock. They are taking a bit of time right now. It is Caleb Williams is getting interviewed right now, but yeah, how do we feel about the Commanders picks, guys?
I'm feeling 85% confident that it's going to be Jaden Daniels. You don't trade away your potential franchise quarterback just so that you can draft a non-quarterback.
I mean, but you could also go. I think the Commanders could also go with Drake May too, right? They could also go with Drake May.
Why not Penix?
That's a possibility as well.
Go after Bo Nix, maybe.
Bo Nix. By the way, the Minnesota Vikings are continuing to try to lure the Patriots into trading them the number 3 overall pick, and they'll work until New England gets on the clock here. So we might see some drama here with the next
Makes sense.
pick.
Makes sense. Although I feel like it's probably been negotiated by now, right?
It probably should be, unless they're finalizing like certain round draft picks, maybe.
So I'll continue to share this stream anyway to different pages now so that more people can get coverage of what's going on here in Detroit, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
The Washington Commanders have not won a playoff game since 2005. Yeah, it's been brutal. I mean, I started out as a Commanders fan before being a Niners fan. Don't accuse me of bandwagoning, but
You and your gazillion teams,
was a
okay.
Commanders fan with Donovan McNabb. I was the
All
fan
right,
of
list
the
out
team
how
that
many
was
teams that
Washington.
you were a fan of, Isaiah. List how many teams you were a fan of. Go ahead, list them.
So we have the Commanders. We have the 49ers. Believe it or not, and this might shock you too, I was a Vikings fan at one point when Brett Favre was there. And Steven, you can blame me for 2009 when I even had a Phillip Rivers Chargers jersey at one point in time.
Are you saying you're a fan of the Chargers?
No, I wasn't. I like the powdered blues. The powdered blues.
Looks like the number 2 pick is in. Edward Lead comments, where is the next players? I think he's wondering about when the next selection is going to be. Well, Edward, you're in luck. The next pick is in from the Commanders, and he will be the second person drafted in this 2024 NFL Draft. Thank you for tuning in, Edward. Fellow friend from Fremont.
Appreciate it, yep.
We're still at 3 teams, Isaiah. Keep on listing.
I mean, I'm trying to think. Was I a Chiefs fan at one point? Was I a Chiefs fan?
You liked Alex Smith.
I did like Alex Smith. That is true.
And then you liked Andy Reid at that time.
Here we go. Send to the commish.
All
right, we'll have to resume after the pick.
If we are going to hear the name of Jaden Daniels.
New England's on the clock now.
Oh my God.
The stage, as you can see, with the clock counting down on the Patriots pick, 3rd overall. We just heard Caleb Williams' name. Out comes Roger Goodell now.
Here we go.
It is the first Washington draft choice of the post-Dan Snyder era. It's the Josh Harris, Magic Johnson et al. Era. And who is the first pick of Washington?
Jaden.
Tonight.
It's got to be Jaden.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
Not a surprise.
Yes, sir.
So it is the reigning Heisman Trophy winner.
85% becomes 100%, guys.
His predecessor.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden, yep.
2 Heisman Trophy
So
winners.
guys, what do you
off the
think
board.
about some NFL comparisons here? I'm seeing a lot of Dante Culpepper and Mike Vick in this kind of selection.
I could see that, but it's too early to tell. We got to give them a couple weeks to adapt and adjust to the league. And if they start running out of the pocket, we'll kind of know who's our Mike Vick in the scenario.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's a really good runner. Decent, pretty good passer. He does. I mean, I like the Mike Vick comparison, Trevor. But you know what I'm going to compare him to? Kyler Murray. He reminds me a lot of Kyler Murray.
No, you can't say that.
Well, a guy that's not a taller Kyler Murray. How about that? A guy that's good at running, a guy that's pretty good at passing. I mean, they should have beaten Alabama last year, but they lost because he got hurt late. But 89 touchdowns, 34 rushing TDs, 12,749 yards, 40 passing touchdowns in 2023. He's going to be a good quarterback for the Commanders.
And guys, not to break that up, and I totally agree, Isaiah. I think he's going to be like a Mike Vick or a Culpepper, more consistent. But this is where the real drama begins. At number 3, Will you see a trade up from a team like the Vikings, Raiders, or Broncos? Or will the Patriots stand pat and stand strong to try and get a guy who's generational like Marvin Harrison Jr. or Drake May?
I feel like you got to get a quarterback, but the Patriots in the historical past, maybe they get another Mr. Irrelevant and have a new Tom Brady. Who knows?
And so the drama here really is starting to build in the beginning.
Yeah, I
feel
agree.
like
I'm too busy searching Twitter right now to see if the Patriots have made any moves. Like, is there a trade?
Why are you
Like,
trying to
what's
spoil
going
it for
on?
yourself?
I'm not going to spoil it for myself. Don't worry. But that's the intrigue right now. Is it New England? Is it Minnesota? Are they making a move up? By the way, Trevor, your Orlando Magic are actually up 78-56 on the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 3 with 6 minutes to go. So the Magic might actually win.
I told you it's going to be a Magic in 6. It's going to be a magical finish. They're going to start sweeping now. They're going to pull out all their trick cards in this game. Just you watch.
Also, here's what you guys need to think about. For the Patriots, right, as New England's on the clock, are they going to take J.J. McCarthy and make Shreve flip?
No. They're not. They're going to take Bo Nix.
Oh,
Oregon.
God.
Because right now it looks like Marvin Harrison will be a Charger. I can't wait to get that powder blue jersey of number 18. A nice fine addition to our collection. I got 21, 17, 18. It's going to be a great feeling. Maybe I should get myself a Justin Herbert, but I feel like I need a Marvin Harrison jersey if he becomes a Charger.
Maserati Marv. The Maserati.
The real question, Steven, what color should I get it? Because I have like a navy blue, now this powder blue. Would I get a white one?
Yes, sir. You got a navy blue? Which one you got navy blue of?
The LaDainian Tomlinson one.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Wow, 2 throwbacks. That means you definitely need to get a present player now.
Definitely.
J.J. McCarthy, Trevor.
Not JJ. I don't want JJ.
Come on, JJ to New England, please.
Isaiah is begging.
Come on. I want to get a call from Shree just throwing stuff.
Here we go.
And the pick. Come on, give us the pick. America's been waiting for so long.
The suspense. Will it be our fellow Buckeye, Trevor? Maserati Marv?
No, he's a
Charger.
Charger.
Another quarterback.
He's a Charger.
And if it's going to be a quarterback, who's it going to be, Trevor? Will it be J.J. McCarthy?
Bo Nix.
Drake May? Or will it be a trade?
Bo Nix.
Why am I feeling a trade right now, guys?
I don't know. They stalling.
Well, the pick is in already, so it can't be a pick. It can't be a trade, right? Oh, here we go. Goodell.
In Arizona and other teams, or they might stick and pick, but at least we're about to hear who the latest New England Patriot is.
Is Shree gonna flip? Come on, DJ.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
No!
Oh, wow.
Quarterback
Drake May off the board now.
Carolina, that is going to New England, as we all know. In
Congratulations to the North Carolina product. He's going to have a hefty weight on his shoulders following the great footsteps of Mac Jones, guys. And I mean that very, very ironically. But we'll see how he sticks it out there in Trevor. Trevor, how do you like this selection of Drake May to the Patriots? You know, they have some target issues. Garrick joins us. They may, try and reach for Ayuk in the offseason, what's remaining of it. But your thoughts, Trevor, on New England picking Drake May and where his career goes from here?
I think this is a good pick for the Patriots. It fits the Patriots brand, I would say. He definitely is that franchise guy that they can actually build a team around. Not too flashy, won't get too much media attention where it's going to throw the team off. So I think it's definitely a solid pick. Hopefully he does well. They have put nice pieces around him to at least make them a nice contender again in the AFC East.
And Garrick, let's hear your thoughts. You're joining us here, right, from Northern California, and big Niners fan here. You know, it's been Niners country where I've lived before, living here in Rockford, Illinois. Now that the Patriots select Drake May, Garrick, you know a thing or two about teams developing quarterbacks, especially down there in the Bay. And the Patriots now have a chance to really make something special of a high potential prospect that's got a little bit of work to do, right? How does he pan out on this Patriots roster? And also, does this increase the possibility of the Patriots reaching and perhaps acquiring Ayuk during the rest of the offseason?
I mean, look at Drake May. I mean, he's going to the team where like there's no veteran, to sit behind and learn. I mean, he could learn a bit from like Bailey Zapp, but I think that, but he's not like someone like who can learn quick. Like he's not someone that's special. Like I mean, of course, there are a lot of questions about him heading into the draft. So I think like overall, this is like time will tell to see where the Patriots are heading because they got a lot of pieces they need to fix in this team.
So you think in your opinion, Garrick, to summarize it, you think Drake May, he's far from a finished prospect, obviously. He doesn't have the kind of polished skills and complete stat line that like a Caleb Williams or Michael Penix Jr. would have right now in his career. He also doesn't have maybe some of those injury concerns. And so you think that overall, because the Patriots as a team are a project, it's unlikely that they're going to unload the boat to get Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. I think Ayuk's going to stay.
I think so. I think he's kind of metaphorically kind of holding the Niners by the you-know-what and just holding them by the horn to try and inch closer to max wide receiver money if he can get that. If he can reset the market, that's great for him. And then if he can't, worst case scenario, he gets a lot of money to play for the best team in football.
Yeah.
So let's turn to Trevor here because Garrick brought up a very interesting point, right? What do you think about Drake May and this fit in New England? Sorry, I got your thoughts earlier, Trevor. So I'm going to turn to Isaiah, our host here. Your thoughts on Drake May on this Patriots team. And since you're a big Bailey Zappi fan, you've seen him throughout his time in the NFL. Do you believe that, this maybe signals the Patriots going all in on Ayuk to trying to develop Drake May? And then the second point to you, Isaiah, is do you believe that Drake May is a significant upgrade over Bailey Zappi?
I mean, the thing is that number one, I'm very sad because Bailey Zappi's time as a starter in the NFL is going to be done now. But I mean, I don't know. The thing with New England is they're not just a quarterback away. They don't have a good offensive line. Their weapons are atrocious. Their offense is bad. Like they don't really have a lot of offensive weapons. So you can put any quarterback there and they won't have success at all. I mean, you could put Tom Brady there, honestly, and he would look awful. So, I think that for the Patriots, I mean, I guess this is a good pick because, I mean, I like Drake May. He's a really good thrower, but they need the weapons around him. It doesn't matter who you draft. Like, if you don't have weapons around him, he's going to look like a scrub. So I would say, like, as actually Steven, Roger Goodell is on the stage right now. The Cardinals are up right now with their pick.
Who do we think real quick? I got Maserati Marv, guys.
Yeah,
I can
same
see
here.
that. Yeah.
Arizona Cardinals select
Don't do it.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
No.
Wow. Tyler, wow, that's scary.
OH!
I-O!
OH!
I-O!
Maserati Marv! Maserati Marv and Harrison.
As he
The
makes his way
Maserati
out here on a draft
to the
night
Cardinals.
to go.
Is he going to be
Guys,
like a Larry Fitzgerald? He stays on the Cardinals in his entire
Absolutely.
career.
My initial thoughts on this pick, guys. Before I get to Maserati Marv, I'm going to say Drake May. I think on the New England Patriots, it's kind of like a last-ditch effort as a franchise, right? If with this front office and with this team, this town, this city, moving on, kind of rebuilding through the ghost of Belichick now because you've moved to Gerard Mayo, one of his coordinators. If you still can't get quarterback right at this point, it's time to just empty the clip on the team. Like, even the owners are probably not going to be mentally safe anymore operating the Patriots if they can't get May to work. So I think May is really a last-ditch effort to kind of revitalize the embers of the Belichick era. Like, if you can't get this right, GM and coach got to go, and then owner is probably going to be feeling a lot of stress and pressure to kind of revitalize their image as well. What do you guys think about that in regards to May? Because, like, if he doesn't work out in New England, you've missed on Jimmy G. You traded him away. You've missed on Mac Jones. You can't miss on Drake May again.
I guess the real question is, like, what is, like, the standard? Is it them getting to the playoffs every year? Is it, winning?
I would say 8 or more wins every year.
8 more wins? I think he can do it. I feel like the first few years, I would say this year he's going to struggle a little bit. I could see 5 to 6 wins. But next year, I think the standard is probably at least try to shoot for that 10 wins within the next, 3 seasons after this season, I would say. Is trying to get that
100% agree, Trevor. But anyway, going to this Marvin Harrison selection, I think it's the perfect fit. Kyler Murray, he's got a little bit of that deep ball arm accuracy. He can buy time and, really scheme Marvin Harrison open with his running ability as well as the offensive scheme down there in Arizona. I think it's going to be a perfect fit because, what Marvin Harrison Jr. has been lacking is a quarterback who can buy him time to get open and to make those contested grabs. He had a little bit with CJ Stroud, but Stroud was not much of a runner in college, a little bit more now in the NFL. But I really think, guys, that a guy like Marvin Harrison will really enjoy having a big arm mobile quarterback to operate in that offense in Arizona.
Definitely. I would say it's going to be a key pivotal moment for Arizona. It's like a Larry Fitzgerald type of moment. So make sure they do it right. I could see the Cardinals drafting a running back like how they kind of have in like 2012 with like B. Wells around that time, I feel like. I could be confusing my years on it, but it seems relatively close in that
I think
time.
a 2008 selection was Beanie Wells. But
Gotcha.
Isaiah, will turn to you. Marvin Harrison Jr. with an explosive Cardinals offense, right? In the beginning of last year, manned by Josh Dobbs for some time. I got his Vikings jersey on. And now he's on the Niners, which is great. But going back to the Cardinals, right? Manned by an exciting quarterback in Kyler Murray, now back in as the incumbent. Where do you see this offense going with, an explosive wide receiver, explosive quarterback down on a promising team on the Arizona Cardinals?
As a Niner fan, I'm kind of scared because the Cardinals are trending in the right direction, and knowing our secondary is going to get torched by him. But I mean, this is good for them. They have a guy, Kyler Murray. Last year, he only had like a tight end. That's it. That was a good weapon. So they needed a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. and they haven't really had a decent receiver since, I would say, Larry Fitzgerald. I know they had AJ Green, but he was kind of washed. They didn't really have a lot of like good, solid receivers. So for him to get a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr., it's huge for them. So yeah, I think it's a good move for the Cardinals. I thought they were gonna I honestly thought this was where the trades were going to start, that it was going to be, okay, Arizona, New England, those are the teams that you're going to look out for. Maybe some team is going to try to get Marvin Harrison Jr. Now we'll see what the Chargers do, Trevor's Chargers do with the 5th overall pick. But It's definitely very interesting. I think that he gets into a great situation with actually having a quarterback. Because a lot of the times, like these receivers that are very talented, they end up going to places that don't have any good quarterback, or having a guy that is a game manager, and it's a waste of their talent. So I think it's a good pick for Arizona.
I really do think so, Isaiah. But, now turning to Garrick, right, as kind of our Niners insider and fan here, along with Isaiah. Kyler Murray, he's had a little bit of a slip and fall from grace after that 7-0 start in 2021, right? He's followed it up with 2 rocky seasons. To his credit, he did finish off 2023 strong. But now heading into this 2024 season, Garrick, how much do these Cardinals scare you with the kind of offensive firepower they have and the hunger that the team has? And could this, possibly be one of those opponents where the Niners slip up against and kind of have a little bit of that Super Bowl slump against?
They still got ways to go. For the Cards still have got ways to go. Honestly, they still need some more receivers. Mark Harrison isn't going to solve. This is not going to not just beat the Niners. So I think they're just 2 years away from being up there with the Niners.
Makes sense, Garrick. So Garrick's thought on the Cardinals, still a ways to go. We all kind of agree that, guys, this is about a 6 to 8 win team still, the Cardinals.
Yeah, they are, but they scare me for the future, though. So the Niners definitely have to win it either next year or the year after, because Arizona's coming. I'm scared the Rams are going to get Bowers. If that happens, then with McVay, I mean, he's going to have his version of Kittle. So, yeah, we got to win it either this year or next year.
For sure, guys.
Unless Bowers becomes a Charger.
So the next topic, guys, is now as the NFL is kind of on its standard commercial break, quite boring of a commercial break, honestly. One thing that everyone is noticing, I don't think I need to spell it out too much for you guys, is that the quarterback out of the University of Michigan and out of Harbaugh's system, J.J. McCarthy, is falling in the draft. So quick prediction, guys. Do you guys believe that J.J. McCarthy is going to fall outside the top 10? I'll go to you, Trevor. Do you think that J.J. McCarthy is now outside of the top 10 with a lot of the quarterback needy teams kind of drafting their guys now, right? You got 3 quarterback selections to start the draft in a row. Now you have the Chargers pick in, Trevor. You don't think that's going to be J.J. McCarthy now, do you? And if it's not, does he fall outside the top 10?
I could see him being a Giant. If not, after that, Atlanta's the next possibility, or Tennessee. But after that, it starts to become more slim picking.
I think he may just be drafted right inside the top 10. I think the Vikings had a game plan, and that's why they were so confident going into this week. They knew that the top 4 picks would not be McCarthy. And now they know that they have leverage to get their guy. They know that, they can land on Penix Jr. and McCarthy without having to give up the farm. But Garrick, your thoughts, are you surprised with this fall of McCarthy, right? First 4 picks, he's nowhere to be seen. He could fall outside the top 10. First of all, does he fall outside the top 10? And second of all, is this a big surprise for you?
I don't think this is a big surprise. If he does fall the top 10, but there's hope that some team will trade up to draft them. I mean, the teams that I think that are looking into him will be the Giants, the Broncos, and the Vikings. And I think only the Giants and the Vikings will have to will have to trade up and draft. Because based on what Trevor said about Atlanta and Tennessee, needing 2 quarterbacks, but I think
Michigan is about to make
they already have one.
As a Chargers HC.
I see what you did.
Thank you.
That's
brother.
right. All right.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe All.
Wow. O-line.
Tackle.
Out of Notre Dame.
Tackle. But you need a right
So
wide
they do
receiver.
take the left tackle from Notre Dame.
But it's protecting Herbert.
Trevor, say it with me. Justin Herbert to the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, it's
Antonio
too
Brown
soon for that.
reported it for a reason.
It's too soon for that.
No
It
way.
was Antonio Brown.
Guys, trust Antonio Brown. Don't listen to Garrick. Antonio Brown is the most unreliable, reliable news source.
Oh,
That guy.
God. You know, I'm not surprised Chargers went tackle here because remember Harbaugh's picks with the Niners to start his Niners career were offensive line, offensive line, offensive line. So I'm not really shocked on that, actually.
Well, I don't think Harbaugh had any say in the draft when he was with the Niners. I don't think he didn't have any. I don't think he drafted any tackles, or like bulky drafted tackles when he started. I remember it was Alden Smith first.
You know, guys, not to get too ahead of ourselves here, but I do believe that these picks, you know, some of these teams, they could challenge teams that are in the middle of the pack, like the Chargers, the Raiders, and the Vikings. But based on these draft picks alone and based on some of the moves that some of these franchises are making, I don't envision any of these teams really challenging the Chiefs. And I'm sorry about that, Trevor, but based on these moves, like the first 5 picks, and there's a reason why they're in the bottom 5, I don't think that any of these teams now are in a position to have that CJ Stroud Texans level rise to them or Joe Burrow Bengals kind of rise. What do you guys think about that? Isaiah, do you think any of these teams that drafted in the top 5 just now, do any of them scare you when it comes to, you know, perhaps beating the Niners and Chiefs and contending for a Super Bowl berth?
Yeah, the Chargers, because what the Chargers needed was offensive line. I'm surprised they didn't go receiver because Neighbors is a very, very good receiver, and I think he's going to be a superstar. I watched him play at LSU, and he scared the crap out of me. So I'm kind of surprised that they didn't go with Neighbors there after, you know, they lost Keenan Allen and they lost a couple of guys, but yeah, I'm surprised by that. I thought that, okay, Jim Harbaugh, you got Justin Herbert there, you lost Keenan Allen. Well, you want to go get a receiver, but they go out and get the guy from Notre Dame, the offensive lineman. They protect him, but the thing is, Quentin Johnston needs to not get hurt, and the other guys, the young guys that they have, they got to step up. So if they do, watch out for the Chargers. I mean, because they have Mack and Bosa, if they're healthy, the defense I think is going to be good. And Harbaugh wants to run the football. I wouldn't be shocked if Blake Corum is a Charger by the end of this draft because Harbaugh loves him. So with a powerful running game with Justin Herbert throwing the ball with that defense, I could see the Chargers being really good next season. The Chargers just need a good coach, and they have one with Jim Harbaugh.
I mean, my take is that, like, I mean, you know, all the receivers, they don't flourish in Greg Roman's system. So, and the thing is that Harbaugh, he doesn't have to win like 13, 14 games immediately. He knows how to build teams from bottom to up. Look at what he did at Stanford. You know, they went from it took him 4 years to go from one win to a 12-win team.
That's right. I do think so, Garrick. I think that any of these teams, right, at the top of this draft, even you look at, I believe really it's the Cardinals that are the biggest threat right now as far as this upcoming year. Trevor, I had some bold predictions and wow, we got Malik Neighbors to the Giants, guys.
Yeah,
the Giants pass up on quarterback, right? Understandably, because they have Daniel Jones. They pass up on any running backs. None of them were on that top 10 radar. What do you guys think about this selection, right? Malik Neighbors. You pair him with a relatively mobile Daniel Jones. Could this perhaps be the infusion that the Giants offense needs? Because you look at the Cardinals, they also had a good season a couple years ago. They had a quarterback that was looking promising. And what do? They get him a top target. Could Malik Neighbors be that answer for Daniel Jones and Brian Dable?
I think it's definitely something that they need. If you look at like Daniel Jones's career, they really haven't put any receiving weapons around him. Yes, they had Saquon Barkley, but Saquon got hurt majority of the time while he was a Giant. So, giving Daniels more passing options definitely gives him a better shot, but the Giants still have a lot more work ahead of them right now.
Oh yeah, they definitely have lots of work ahead of them. I think this is a good pick. They should keep firm on their commitment with Daniel Jones, or else they just get rid of him. It'll be bad publicity. I was playing Madden, and my guy got drafted to the New York Giants, and man, like all those receivers, man, they're bad. And luckily, like a free agent signing of Devontae Smith helped me win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, Garrick. So, it takes a couple years to really put a team around it. And this is, perhaps the beginning of something great. But like I said, it's similar to the Patriots, where it's like if this pick, and same with the Cardinals, if these top picks for these three franchises don't pan out to really make a meaningful impact on the team, I think we're going to be seeing a gorging of the current leadership group, and that's just how it has to go. But perhaps, guys, could we see the Giants kind of take a Niners path here, where they kind of build through the targets first and kind of revitalize the quarterback like they did with Alex Smith or Jimmy G, and then become a top contender?
They could work defense, but the NFC East is just one of those divisions where anything can happen. Like you could be literally under 500 for the entire season and get hot and somehow slip into the playoffs. So the Giants really don't have to do too much based on how inconsistency that division has been in years past. But yes, the Eagles are still dominant, so I could still see the Eagles pulling out. But every once in a while, look how the Eagles finished last year, where they just went on a 5-game losing streak at the tail end. Like that division is anyone's for the taking, as crazy as that sounds.
Right.
I'm beyond shocked, to be honest. The Giants took Neighbors. I thought they were going to go quarterback because you heard all that smoke that they were trying to get McCarthy, they were trying to get May, they were trying to get Penix. I'm shocked. I thought they would for sure go. I thought for sure they would go quarterback here, but wow, it looks like they're going to stick with Daniel Jones, even though there's reports that Brian Dable and him don't get along. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like a weird choice for the Giants.
Yeah, Isaiah, I understand that, but I think that, as you and Garrick know, Niners have been at the top of the draft more than you guys want to admit. The Vikings have been there before. In a lot of these drafts, you throw out smoke screens, right? There's a lot of rumors that the Niners wanted Zach Wilson or Mac Jones, or they wanted Deshaun Watson in previous drafts. And other people like the Browns wanted some of those players, but didn't get them. And I think that this was, unfortunately one of those smoke screens, because it's unfortunate for the quarterbacks that continue to fall. But I think that this was a calculated move by the Giants, by the franchise, to not reveal their leverage and to make it seem like they were desperate to trade up, when in fact they were standing pat and waiting for Malik Neighbors to fall right into their lap.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of trades, just because I thought, okay, starting at 3 that we could see some, but for us not to have any thus far is kind of surprising. So yeah, and the Titans, that's going to be also interesting too, to see what they do. You don't go quarterback here, do you?
Well, they have Will Levis, so
Will Levis, that's right.
Yeah.
But could we see like a Jordan
receiver?
Not a Jordan Love, but could we see kind of like a Josh Rosen, Kyler Murray situation where you're like, is he the answer? Is he? Because you do have JJ McCarthy available, you have Michael Penix, you have Bo Nix, but I don't think Bo Nix is a first round quarterback.
Penix might not be a first round too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Bo Nix is the answer, but we'll have to see.
Penix is too injury prone. That's the problem with Penix. He's had like how many? Like he's had what 2 torn ACLs or something like that. He's had like a lot of injuries in his career.
I think Titans just made the pick.
He just
Yep.
pick is in right now. Brian Callahan, new head coach of the Titans. So we'll see what I think. Where do you guys think he goes here? Do you guys think they go offense or do you think they go defense?
I think it's got to be something like defensive tackle or edge rusher.
Well, you could get that in the second round, though.
Yeah, I think it's offensive tackle, especially when this is I think it's important for all the offensive tackles.
It's something in the trenches, Garrick.
Yeah,
it's definitely something in the trenches. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think this is going to be a receiver, a quarterback.
Yeah,
or
because
they
definitely not.
They have a receiver already. They have DeAndre Hopkins, and also they have they got one more other receiver too. Ridley, yeah, they got Ridley too.
Yeah, but I think because Callahan's from the McVay Shanahan scheme, and what do all these O lines have in common? You have to be like agile, you have to be like very light, so that all the running backs can like flourish. You cannot have like it's like when the Niners in 2017, Trent Brown's pretty good, but he doesn't fit into the Shanahan scheme.
That's right. So none of us here are seeing maybe Brock Bowers being reached for.
When did the Jets pick?
The New York Jets.
10 or something.
Yeah, they're on the cusp.
So.
Atlanta.
Imagine if Brock Bowers goes 10 to the Jets. Imagine if he goes to the Jets with Aaron Rodgers. Ooh. Well, here's the commissioner.
Almost halfway through their allotted time on the clock at 8. Here's the commissioner with the latest pick of this Detroit draft.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle.
There we go. We got your chinch pick.
There we go.
Well, we had tackles go at 5 and 7. Not a surprise either spot. The Tennessee Titans, this was a glaring need for them. Will Levis needs some help, needs some protection. They were tied for 28th in sacks allowed last year. Latham.
There we go. The Titans take a tackle. Trevor, what do you think about this move?
Hey, like the commentator said, they needed it. So not a bad pick. Getting that offensive line reestablished for Tennessee, and then they'll probably draft a running back in the coming years, I would say, unless they go to the free agent market in the next coming seasons.
Didn't Tennessee get a running back in free agency? I feel like they did.
I can't recall.
No, they got Tony Pollard from Dallas.
Hey.
And then they went
in the line.
That other guy too from the draft last year, Spears.
Oh, right. They have him. But yeah, Garrett, what do you think about this pick of J.C. Latham to Tennessee?
It's a solid pick. I mean, I think Callahan wants someone who fits into his system.
I mean, yeah, like you guys said. By the way, Steven, the Vikings now could get J.J. McCarthy at 11. You might not even have to move up with how J.J. McCarthy is just falling and falling and falling.
If it continues, let's just see.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised here because this I feel like the Titans, yeah, they needed offensive line help. I mean, like they needed offensive line help, so it's not a surprise right here. Now we have Atlanta that's on the clock, so that's another team that's going to be interesting to see what they do here. But yeah, I'm not surprised by this. I mean, they needed some help to protect the offensive line. I thought the Jets were going to get Latham because the Jets also need some offensive line help. But now you think about like the upcoming picks. Chicago, they're probably going to get someone to either protect or to be a weapon for Caleb Williams. The Jets sitting there. I think they're pick number 9, so they could get Bowers, Aaron Rodgers, and Bowers would be absolutely incredible. And then we looked at the 3 teams: Minnesota, Denver, and Vegas. Those are going to be the 3 teams that you're just like, okay, what are they going to do as well in regards to quarterback? So it's definitely going to be interesting.
It is. My gut is feeling that J.J. McCarthy's falling straight for the Vikings, guys.
No, he's not going to be a Viking.
The Vikings put out a lot of information there that they were interested in Drake May, that they kept their eyes on the prize and they did not want to give up the boat. They said, Michael Penix Jr. or J.J. McCarthy at a reasonable cost, let's run it with that.
And sadly, I don't think Penix is going to go in the – well, the thing is, like, Penix – the problem with Penix is, like, he's always injured. There's so much injury with him. So I think if the guy that's going to fall, it's not going to be McCarthy. The guy that's going to fall out of the first round, I think it's going to be Michael Penix or Bo Nix. I think it's going to be those 2 guys. I don't think they're going to be first-round picks. They just don't seem like it. Like Penix with the injuries. Bo Nix is like kind of like Zach Wilson where he's short and also he's got a canted arm. But what's that?
Atlanta's in.
Atlanta's in? Okay. But yeah, the Titans take Latham with the 7th pick. We'll see what happens, but Atlanta's on the clock right now, or the pick is in for Atlanta. Wonder what they do there. Remember, guys, if you guys are in the comment section that are watching, please don't tip the picks because we just want to have our genuine reaction live on the show. So if you guys know before us, you probably will because the stream is a couple minutes or maybe a minute or 2 behind. If you know, please do not write that in the comment section. We really just want to be surprised live on the air. So just putting that out there. But yeah, Atlanta's next. Garrick, Trevor, Steven, who do you guys think they go with?
Ooh, that's rough for Atlanta. Well, they have Kirk Cousins, so I feel like they got to get him a receiver, right?
No, they're going to steal J.J. McCarthy from the Vikings as well, Trevor.
See,
they don't need a quarterback. Come on,
I'm just
Steven.
kidding. That would be so funny. That would be so funny if they just screw over the Vikings again. They're like, well, we're just going to take your quarterback, and now you got to trade for it. Trade for that quarterback.
I think they should have gone to defense.
Defense not bad for Atlanta either.
Yeah, but new
scheme. Doesn't Atlanta need like offensive line help too? I feel like
they need a lot of things.
Tip to Ian. Ian said this hours ago.
Yeah,
he brought this up.
He set it up as a possibility.
This is the way this goes.
Okay, really going to do this? And whatever happened to the edge rusher? I thought that's where we were going with Atlanta.
Here we go.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix.
What?
Well, there it is.
Oh my God! The surprise!
No way!
What are they doing?
Penix Jr.
Setting up after Kirk Cousins, I guess.
Michael Penix Jr. He is
Guys,
a top 10 selection.
I wish we still had that Mathis react.
With the
just keep this on.
Very expensive investment in a veteran quarterback, and it's kind of wild.
Wow! Oh my God!
Kirk Cousins arrives in Atlanta.
Penix
He
Jr. climbs way up in the draft.
He leaves Minnesota to go to
Potentially
Atlanta.
taking McCarthy's
Minnesota
spot.
is sticking around, and with this selection, having J.J. McCarthy get one more pick closer to them with the Bears on the clock, the Jets after them, and there is the Vikings.
Okay, my prediction for this one: Bears. Rome
Azunde. You see Joe Flacco's name on the bottom. The way the ball spins out of his hand, it is very reminiscent of Joe Flacco.
This doesn't make sense. You just signed Kirk Cousins for
might be
4
gearing up for
years.
some kind of trade. Either that or they have some knowledge about, I don't know what's going on.
It has to be setting up for a trade of some
It's
sort.
setting up for some kind of trade, guys. Maybe to the Vikings here.
But why are you?
You don't. I'm stunned.
They trade back
really
Kirk
am.
Cousins. That would be the craziest thing in this draft if that happens. They trade back Kirk Cousins.
This is what I don't get. You get so you get like Kirk Cousins, right? And then you pick Penix, who's not even the third best quarterback. He's like the fourth or fifth in this draft.
Well, he's being drafted as the fourth quarterback out of the draft, Isaiah.
But here's what I don't get is that Kirk Cousins has 4 years, right? So is this a Jordan Love situation where you sit him for 4 years then?
Who knows? Based on how Atlanta has its like offensive line, maybe Kirk gets hurt. Type of scenario, trying to have that contingency plan.
That's I'm stunned. Oh my God. By the way, Furman Lee says that the Patriots just drafted a bus. The Falcons just drafted the quarterback the Patriots should have taken. Yeah, I mean
Penix at 3 will be too high. Tell him to get on the show.
Yeah, Penix would be way too high at 3.
Furman, if you're watching, come on in, man. Come on in. We would love to watch the draft with you, but wow. This is insane.
Absolutely. Madness, guys. Madness. What is going on right now?
You just signed a quarterback to a 4-year massive contract. All 4 years
What
are
did I tell you guys
guaranteed.
about that contract? Me and Garrett kept saying he's not worth that money.
Just watch
And
Atlanta.
now you go out and
big,
get a
bro.
quarterback. I don't understand. Are they going to you're right, Steven. This has to be a trade. It has to be a trade. You don't sign Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal and draft a quarterback literally without seeing him play a snap.
Yeah. And this, once again, guys, proves that we don't really know much about the draft or about what the actual teams think about each player until the draft itself, not even on draft day. The consensus, the public, they were all talking about Penix Jr. falling. But let's tune into number 9 here first.
By the way,
The Chicago Bears' second first-round selection in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Wide receiver.
Rome Odunze. Wow.
That's
Talk about a
expected.
stacked offense.
Yeah, I mean Keenan Allen, he's like 32, so receivers, that's where they kind of decline at that age.
You got breaking news. The New York Jets are working on a trade according to Ian Rappaport. Looks like we're going to have a team that's going to trade up.
Minnesota Vikings. Come on.
Denver, come on.
Who could be trading up?
It's got to be one of those 3 teams. Minnesota, Denver, Vegas. I mean, we've seen
Niners
today with Penix. Could it be New Orleans if they want to move off of Carr?
Would Carolina make a move?
Does Carolina even have a pick in the first round?
I don't know. I'm like
I don't
looking at
think
the
so.
draft.
No,
board.
Carolina does not. And I don't think they have the ammo to get a first-round pick at that high.
Yeah, I don't think they even have a first-round pick.
Charlie Lou from Minnesota tuning in. Shout out to Charlie, one of my
is in
old
the trade's
friends'
in.
brothers. But Charlie, I'm really dazzled by this selection. the Falcons taking Penix Jr., and looks like number 10 is in for the Vikings. But Charlie, I'm really confused as well. I think, you signed Kirk Cousins to all that money. To be fair, only 2 years of it is guaranteed, right? So if things aren't working out health-wise and other reasons why in Atlanta, you have a escape valve to land on. But what I really think this looks like, Charlie, is that the Falcons are gearing up to trade Penix Jr. to a team like the Vikings, Raiders, or Broncos. I'm not sure if they're going to stand pat by this quarterback. They have a trade, and it looks like the Vikings have officially moved up to number 10 in the first round, who finished 7-10 last year after a controversial season. So right here we go. Is this potentially the quarterback that can revitalize the franchise and entice Justin Jefferson to sign a long-term deal? Who do we guys think this is? You guys all do we have a consensus on this being J.J. McCarthy out of the University of Michigan?
I'm surprised that they traded up one spot, though.
It has to be.
It's got to be J.J. McCarthy, guys.
It's got to be J.J. It has to be J.J.
Oh, man,
but I don't know. I mean,
replacement for Kirk Cousins this would be.
It just seems really odd for them to trade up one spot for JJ.
Yeah, I agree. Unless they thought New York was going to pick a backup to
New York, I feel was gearing up to take JJ.
Hold on, we got the trade.
So 11th overall.
All right.
10th overall pick. Minnesota gets the 10th overall pick as well as the sixth round pick, and then the Jets get the 11th overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 5th round pick. I think it has to be JJ, right? Like, it can't be. I mean, Bo Nix is. I mean, I don't know. Like, after Penix, it feels like anything is possible. Like, could it be Bo Nix?
I think the question is, will Bo Nix go to the Raiders or to the Broncos?
I
think Bo Nix is a first-round pick, guys. I had some money on that play.
I would say he's definitely more fits in the Denver category, but Denver's a hot mess right now.
Oh, yeah.
Bo Nix also kind of fits what Sean Payton likes to do. He likes to, like, the short quarterbacks with the strong cannon arms. Like, he fits that. So I wouldn't be shocked if Bo Nix ends up going to Denver there. Wow, look at all this quarterback action that we've got. I mean, my guy, poor Martin Garcia, was thinking that, his team was going to get J.J. McCarthy or Drake May or any of those guys. You might not even get a quarterback in the first round at this point.
Here we go.
You're in commercial.
Selection. All right, so we're going to get the Vikings pick live. But, guys, before the Vikings make this pick, I posed a really interesting question to Martin, right? You look at a guy like Sam Darnold and even a guy like Justin Fields, some of these guys who have fallen from grace. And they did well. They had good college careers. They landed in the wrong system. You got to wonder if those guys land on a team like the Niners or the Vikings, are these teams even picking quarterbacks at this point, like the Minnesota Vikings or the Denver Broncos? Like, if they land the right quarterback and they groom them under a good offensive system, like, what are the chances, guys, that Sam Darnold is the answer for the Vikings? Because it's Sam Darnold in this draft, frankly, he would be just as good of a prospect as Drake May. He would be a better prospect than Penix Jr. and McCarthy. What do you think about that, Garrick? I know that he's had some traumatizing NFL moments, but, if Darnold were coming out of this draft, do you think that he would be picked higher than McCarthy and Penix?
That's a good question. I mean, he has some, I think he has some potential. Like, he can make. I think like coming out of college, he's shown that he can make some good throws. But yeah, like, I think it's just I think it's just a we'll see. It's a we'll see because I think with Sam Darnold, let's see how he does with a lot of playing time under a great system, under a good coach, or under a good organization. I think he did show some flashes when he was with the 49ers.
Right. And Trevor, your thoughts, right? You got a couple of quarterbacks that have fallen from grace that the Vikings could have picked up. Ultimately, they picked up Darnold, right? You have a Justin Fields, you got Darnold, you got Zach Wilson, right? Some of these guys, but Darnold and Fields especially, who had decorated Power 5 careers. How do you think them as quarterbacks stack up going forward compared to a J.J. McCarthy or Penix Jr.? Because these guys are set to be top 10 picks. Yet, some of the current young quarterback talent out there, you just wonder, are they better? Are they an upgrade over a Fields or a Darnold?
It's relatively tough because Fields didn't really have a system that supported him. Now that he's in Pittsburgh with a system that actually would probably support him to some extent, getting some help to make him a contender, and also having the mentorship of Russell Wilson, who is probably similar to his own playing style. So I think Fields is in a good position with the Steelers and being able to grow and develop, I would say, successfully, and going up against Joe Burrow. That's just already a Class 2 Ohio State gentleman going at it 2 times a year, maybe even 3, depending how the playoff picture, unfolds in that division. Sam Darnold, the Vikings are doing some shifty moves, as we can see in the pick, and this will kind of tell how they kind of view things after the pick is in.
We'll see.
The right to move up one spot, and we are assuming it is to take
Even your moment. Let's go.
Because Michael Penix was selected by the Falcons about 20 minutes ago. Here's the commissioner to make it official.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing.
Thank you for your service, Zachary.
Yep.
Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy.
Wow! Let's go! The victors!
A huge ovation.
I think it's a bit of a gamble to move
Woo!
up for
Go!
JJ when they were the next pick.
Go! This is coming from a Buckeye fan.
Michigan. He is going to Minnesota.
The Dobbs and Darnold
He is
replacement,
quarterback of the
as well as
Minnesota
the Kirk Cousins successor, guys. Gear it up.
who was signed earlier in this offseason, and a guy who is a winner.
They compare him to Alex Smith. Oh no!
I mean, I see him as more as Jim Harbaugh. You were to ask me.
Sing it with me, Charlie.
Efficient manner. When you get to the video of J.J. McCarthy,
I've never loved Michigan more than tonight.
Oh
J.J. McCarthy.
some of the other quarterbacks we've seen go
Rip up his Ohio State diploma. He just betrayed his alma mater.
The athleticism,
Skull to
you
the
get some inside
victors,
pressure. Can you beat
right?
that free rush?
Not hail to the
Absolutely,
victors,
he can
Garrett.
make that happen.
Skull.
Curious against TCU, a game where he
They
really
could J.J.
struggled.
Oh, man. Potentially, guys, as I turn down the music, this potentially could be the third or fourth quarterback, depending on Burrow, to win a natty in college and a Super Bowl in the NFL. I feel that strongly about this pick. You laugh at Alex Smith, Trevor, but a prime Alex Smith on this Vikings offense, he can win you some games.
You mean getting you close to 500? So we're looking at like 10 and 7.
He can win you more than
getting
that,
into
man.
the playoffs and losing wild card weekend. Is that what you want?
Alex Smith was winning the
Jets pick
division.
is in.
Oh, here we go.
It's going to be Bowers, I think. It's going to be Bowers. Oh, my God. I have a feeling it's going to be Bowers.
JJ to CJ Stroud? No.
No, they got to stop that right now.
I would say he's more like, I think he's more Jim Harbaugh.
More Jim Harbaugh. I like that throwback comparison. We talked about this before, Garrick. But if there is one place for a guy like J.J. McCarthy to land in, right, kind of a low ceiling, high floor kind of guy, Garrick, it really was the Minnesota Vikings. Barring something like the Niners, right? Barring the Broncos, the Vikings were that perfect landing spot for J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah. He can fit in a Shanahan offense.
By the way, for some reason, we're having trouble streaming on Facebook for some reason. Facebook is glitching, sadly. So all the viewers that are watching on Facebook, go over to our YouTube channel and at the MI6 Sports Network, and you'll be able to catch the stream. We'll try to get it fixed. We don't know what's going on right now. But yeah, Facebook is just being weird at the moment.
So, guys, J.J. McCarthy almost fell out of the top 10, but they did not. Do you guys think that there is legitimately some discussion that had the Vikings not traded up, the Jets were going to select the Aaron Rodgers successor?
I don't think
Did
so.
they have McCarthy?
No.
I think that was possible.
I think the Jets are trying to win now. So
I
don't think they're going to go.
I mean, Rodgers is not. We're talking about a guy who, in any given moment, but any given moment, Trevor, he could retire.
Yeah, but you're trying to win a Super Bowl this year. Now he's back and healthy, so I would go all in.
Clearly, they convinced the Vikings enough that they were going to go for McCarthy.
They got the late round picks now, so they can literally draft all the weapons they want.
Wait, is it open? I think I just check to see if it's okay. Not yet.
I think it's going to be Bowers. I'd be shocked if it's not Brock Bowers. Here we go.
Yeah, I think it's Bowers.
Brock Bowers.
That would be George Kittle. Aaron Rodgers to his version of George Kittle. Damn.
Greatest moment of my entire draft podcasting career. This is awesome.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu.
What? Okay, well that's good. That's good. Yeah, get some.
Hey, stay with me, Trevor. We are.
Rather than handing him.
Fill it in for me, Trevor. We are. That's right.
Yeah. At least the Jets are doing something right. That's all I would say.
But my question is, if they were going tackle, why trade with the Vikings?
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, I mean, the Jets get more picks.
Yeah, they get more picks, but it was just like, if you knew they were going to tackle or offense for Aaron Rodgers, I really don't know what the Vikings were thinking, to be honest. Unless they were thinking someone else was going to trade over.
I think there was a big enough threat there. Trevor, I really believe that there is a big enough threat there that the Vikings were, in fact, that the Jets were, in fact, going to draft the Aaron Rodgers successor if the Vikings did not move up. I think that as much as me and you want to speculate, right, we clearly got Penix Jr. wrong. Nobody in this room here, in this virtual room or watching, I'm assuming, had Penix in the top 10 or at number 8 to the Falcons.
No.
Certainly nobody had him going to the Falcons. I think that teams know a lot more about these prospects than we think they do. And on top of that, I think that the Jets, while they're a win-now team, Trevor, right, when you have a quarterback that at any moment, you know, he could fall off the field or fall into retirement, as we saw last season, you do have a legitimate, credible threat when you say, we're going to take McCarthy if you don't trade up.
Yeah.
By the way, the Broncos pick is in, but we are in commercial right now. So I'll let you guys know when the commercial's done. But, ooh, Denver's
could turn into a Zach Wilson type of scenario. It's very possible. Minus the other accusations that Zach Wilson does.
I think Bo Nix, I'd be shocked if Bo Nix doesn't go here now.
Nah, Bo Nix is going to slip a little bit more.
I mean, honestly, if you're Denver, your quarterback is gone now.
But
yeah, I mean, could you go Bo Nix?
That was where I had Bo Nix going to in the beginning to the Broncos.
I don't know. I mean, if the Broncos don't pick him here, I think Vegas might get him. But it's also interesting now is what Vegas is going to do now that the quarterbacks are all gone. I think the Falcons taking Penix, that threw a curveball or a wrench into everybody. That's the real crazy. That's the real crazy. The crazy play right now is the Falcons taking Penix. I am still so shocked that they made that move. But so far, guys, 11 picks in. What do we think about the?
I think it's in.
Pick is in. What do we think about the picks? So, I mean, what do we think about the draft so far? I think the biggest one is definitely Penix going
This is
to
definitely the most surprising draft of the decade, at the very least, guys.
I would say I would guess the Vikings moving up, and then Atlanta right now so far. Everything else has been kind of there, minus the Chargers drafting a tackle, but it's there for protecting Herbert. And the Jets ending up getting a tackle, but they need it for Aaron Rodgers. So they're reasonable picks.
Well, we'll see what Sean Payton does here. I'd be interesting now to see Vegas. What do they do now that Denver has? Well, yeah. What did they do if Denver takes a quarterback? New Orleans picks a couple of times. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, I didn't expect. You know what? I'll call me crazy. If I'm John Lynch, I get on the phone right now and try to stop LA from taking Bowers.
Nah, I mean, they already have some good tight ends to develop, so they're not going to go tight end there.
I don't think they would give Latu a chance though, because it seemed like they were really down on him after he had such an awful preseason last year. And they've clearly been in the market for another tight end opposite of Kittle because they want to make that offense so explosive. So if he continues to fall, I mean, but the thing is, I don't know who would you trade with though to get that pick.
It's a tough decision, Isaiah.
It is.
Certainly is.
I'm surprised do you think Bo Nix goes this high though to Denver? 12th overall.
Sean Payton, looking at the rest of the field, they don't really need a quarterback.
No, Vegas does.
No,
the trend right now.
What? What'd you say, Steven?
I feel like the trend right now is that quarterbacks are being overdrafted.
Oh, here we go.
There's so many quarterback needy teams. They recognize them.
We get to Minnesota to get back to Green Bay.
The NIL money was better. It was great.
Pretty much.
What is Denver going to do?
You're trying to let them finish with their Neil Diamond song?
No, it was the hug.
It's got to stop. It's got to stop because Charles is very upset right now.
I just don't understand.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
Yep, there it is.
There goes Bo Nix.
6 for 12.
Okay, now the question is, what are Raiders going to do now? Because all the quarterbacks are out.
Rambo, they're all gone, sir. All 6 of the quarterbacks are
crazy,
gone.
dude.
The comparison was Tua because he's got real quick hands. He's very accurate underneath, and he can lay the ball up.
Is he going to start for Denver the week 1? That's the question now.
There is evidence out there of him driving the
football. He
football.
doesn't seem like he's NFL ready, if I'm being honest. He's like, yeah, he doesn't seem like he's NFL ready. I would, if I'm Denver, because you're not going to win anyways next year, I would sit him for like half the year, start Zach Wilson or just start Jared Stidham, and then just let Bo Nix develop. I think if you start him right away, however, it's going to be a major mistake.
I'm trying to think of like the analogy I want to use. I could see him turning into like a Johnny Manziel struggling. I could see that.
But without the what's
the
it called?
shenanigans.
Yeah.
So I guess that this means that like Stidham is going to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then like it's going to be between like Wilson and Nix.
And I think Nix is going to get the job.
Yeah.
I wonder what jersey number he's going to be. 10 maybe?
Look at the faithful in Denver, all so happy, fired up. Sean Payton gets his quarterback. And now Vegas is on the clock, so we'll see what they do here. What do you guys? Yeah, I mean, I think the Bo Nix pick is pretty good. I mean, he does match what Sean Payton likes to do there in Denver. I mean, likes the short quarterbacks. Cannon arms, athletic, like it makes sense. So, but the thing with him is like Drake May, he needs weapons. Like your Cortland Sutton is, decent. They trade away Jerry Jeudy. The offensive line is not that good. So if you put him behind that offensive line right away, he's going to struggle massively and he's going to get hurt. So if I'm Denver, I wouldn't start him right away. I think that he needs time to develop to be an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I remember I watched him play against Colorado Boulder, and he threw this one interception, and I think that interception is something that a quarterback who's trying to start in the NFL shouldn't make.
Dang, I want to see more trades, man. I wish we could see more trades.
Maybe it'll come from the Niners. But hopefully they don't trade any of the receivers.
No, I think the Niners, I mean, all the receivers are gone now. So I think that the Niners are just going to stand and just stay back, sadly. They're not going to really do. I think if you're the Niners, I think you got to go maybe.
They have to go tackle because you
have the offensive line at this point now that all the receivers are gone. All right, Raiders, here we go.
There's a lot on the line here.
Go quarterback,
With the
sadly.
13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers.
No!
Oh, boy. Wow.
Brock Bowers is going to the Raiders.
That's interesting because they have Michael Mayer.
Player, big time player. It came down to position value. I think that's why you see him available right here. But when you've watched college football over the last few years and you've watched Georgia, he's the best player on the
But this is a situation, right, where all the quarterbacks are now taken. They're all gone. You got to go with the most valuable player.
The best player in the draft.
Some of the route ability, be able to shake defenders
Yep.
and get free.
Yeah, they got to go
Catching
best
in
player.
traffic, making big plays down the field.
But I think whoever's QB, they got some weapons. They got better weapons.
If he had able to been healthy through the entire spring, run a 40, do all those things, he wouldn't have been here for the Raiders. This is a big time weapon that's going to pair up with a pretty darn good receiver they have there in Vegas.
When you look at the last 8 Super Bowl winners, what you'll see is that, primarily speaking, their best offensive pass-catching threat owns the middle of the field, operates in the middle of the field. I'm talking about Cooper Kupp, Gronk, Travis Kelce.
Dang. Good pick by the Raiders. Got to give it to them.
Yeah.
Oh.
They got a lot of weapons, but the question is, what are they going to make of it, right? Because they had Josh Jacobs, Devontae Adams, and Darren Waller together with Carr. They didn't make much of it. So the question is, can the Raiders now, with the revitalized team and coach that they have, can they make the most out of these weapons?
Versus quarterback.
Pierce. Well, I think you can win some games with Jarrett Stidham and what's it called? Or not Jarrett Stidham, my bad.
Aiden O'Connell. Okay, well, I think the only quarterback that's good that's remaining is Spencer Rattler.
And then there's that other dude out of Tulane.
If he goes in the first round, that would be the biggest surprise, not only of this draft, but of like the last 5 to 10 draft. Because he coming into this year, he wasn't even supposed to be like not even a first round pick. He wasn't even supposed to be like a 5th or 6th round pick. Like that's how low his stock was. So if he goes first round, like that'd be bonkers for sure. I'm surprised we haven't seen any defensive players drafted yet.
I feel like they'll come in the second half of it, where I could see like Dallas doing something, the Eagles doing something like that, drafting a cornerback.
Well, I was so shocked that I really thought Bowers was going to go to the Jets. I thought because Aaron Rodgers, you need the weapons. Like I thought that was going to be the guy right there. But wow, they go tackle. That's interesting.
Well, they do need blocking.
Yeah, they do. You're right.
Breece Hall and Aaron Rodgers.
And now the Saints are on the clock.
Now, do you guys think that building a roster around Breece Hall, right? Because you got Aaron Rodgers, but he's not going to be there forever.
Yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Is building around Breece Hall a viable strategy for the Jets?
I mean, it's like they can draft another quarterback next year. That's the thing.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm thinking the Jets, their style is ground and pound, tough defense, right? And trying to force the other team into mistakes. Breece Hall seems to be that really good centerpiece for them to build around. And that's why I think they went for offensive tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would have drafted a quarterback. That's why, I don't think they would have drafted a quarterback. I think they would have, because, you have Aaron Rodgers. You're not going to draft a quarterback with Aaron Rodgers there. Like, you need weapons. You're a win-out team, like Trevor said. So, I thought it was going to be between tackle or Brock Bowers, because you don't really – I mean, who's the Jets' best tight end right now? I don't even know the guy's name.
I believe it's he used to play for Minnesota. I should know this.
Irv Smith? No, can't be him.
Not Irv Smith. No. I'm looking it up right now. Tyler Conklin.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
Right.
Are the Saints? Well, now that we have all the quarterbacks gone, all the Bowers is now gone. What do you do now? Honestly, at this point, like if you're the Saints, because New Orleans, you have Derek Carr there. Do you go? You might need to go offensive line too, because their offensive line has not been that great.
And Derek Carr, like Kirk Cousins, is not a quarterback who's good at operating under pressure.
Yeah.
He's got to have a good, clean pocket to throw it. Or what about, do you go edge rusher, Jared Verse out of Florida?
Yeah, I guess you could.
It's over. The Magic have won. Huzzah! House of
Yes,
Magic.
Magic have won, Trevor.
But now we got the Knicks game.
76ers are pulling away at the moment.
Pick is in. Pick is in. Sixers are winning that one?
It's not a close game right now.
It was
But it's within 10 now.
Yeah, it's within 10 with about 7 minutes to go. I'm ready for the Laker game. So, Steven, hey, when the Laker game starts, you might have to stream the draft because, I got to have my attention on that game.
We'll see, man.
New Orleans, what do you do? Edge rusher, maybe? They did add Chase Young. They added Cedric Wilson. Yup. Trevor, if you have to guess, what do you think the Saints do here with that pick?
I mean, I could see another tackle on the board.
Probably. Let's see what the Saints do here. By the way, here we go. Roger Goodell comes out.
14th overall as we're moving our way towards being halfway through this first night here in Detroit.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga, tackle.
What'd I say? Tackle.
Tackle,
For me, he was right behind Joe Alt.
This is not good for the Niners. We need an offensive lineman, man.
As you see him getting a little emotional there. Powerful and nasty, and usually when you have those first two things, you'll see guys are on the ground a bunch. He stays off the ground. He's got excellent balance. Played right tackle there at Oregon State, a very physical program, and he was a poster child. He got penalties, which I was trying to figure out why there were penalties. I think they just looked so mean that they decided to throw a flag on him.
Is that like Michael Orr? He just blocked into.
Hey, that's how I play
That's not
football.
fair. Here he is. Watch him just finish guys, then gives you a little extra there at the bottom once he gets you on the ground. Competed at the Senior Bowl. Could have sat that out, just waited and gone through the rest of the draft process. Instead, he shows up down there in Mobile, Alabama, goes against some of the top rushers and is outstanding. Here he is against Latu from UCLA, one of the top pass rushers in this draft, and he puts him on the ground. He aced every test through the whole process. I get him start to finish.
Do you see him flipping from right to left? Because we just saw the Senior Bowl tape taking those shots to right. I mentioned Penning, who's been a disappointment for them at left tackle. Do you see Fuaga going left, or do you see him staying on the right side?
With the potential of them needing two, I'd just leave him at the right side where he's comfortable and where he's played.
I just love seeing a guy develop.
Good pick by New Orleans. You look at all those weapons: Carr, Kamara, Shaheed, Olave. And now you get a tackle to help protect Carr and let him have time to throw it to those weapons. So I like it. Good for the Saints. Good pick. Well, and now I think it's the Colts that are on the board. But Trevor, what do you think about that pick?
Hey, like I said, they needed a tackle. They answered their prayers. Now I can rest my case.
Is it just me, guys, or has this draft kind of been it was supposed to be? It was built as like a draft that was supposed to be very intriguing, but I mean, besides the Penix thing and Minnesota trading up, there hasn't really been a lot of action in this draft. Like Penix is the one where you're just like,
way to assess it, Isaiah, is they're not. The proper way to assess it, Isaiah, is that there hasn't been a lot of trades, but there have been a lot of draft surprises. Like, who knew 6 quarterbacks would be taken
in the
first
round.
12 picks? That's 50% of the first 12 picks that are quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's insane. We've never seen that before.
No, and you know what this reminds me of? It's the Brock Purdy effect. A lot of these teams are just trying to draft quarterbacks because San Francisco got our quarterback late, and we got him late, and it's worked out. So a lot of these teams are trying to find like that diamond in the edge. But yeah, we got.
I think that's exactly what it is, I think.
You know, this bodes well, guys, for my guy Keaton Slovis from BYU. Like, he was supposed to be undrafted, but now, who knows? He might be drafted in the 4th or 5th round now with how all these quarterbacks are just going off the board. By the way, Diana Rossini is reporting that the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told that Kirk Cousins is stunned. So, some drama in the ATL, guys.
Atlanta's falling apart again. What are you going to do?
Trade Kirk Cousins now, I'm guessing? Who's going to take all that money, though? And please, no, not the Niners. Please, hell no.
Isaiah, could you reiterate that report to me? What was Kirk Cousins' reaction to knowing that the Falcons were going to pick a quarterback?
He's stunned.
Wow.
He didn't expect. He knew that like the Falcons were going to consider a quarterback, but he didn't really think they would actually do it, especially in the first round. So he's hella stunned.
And did he have any other reaction to it? Was he approving of it?
No, he's just stunned.
Hmm.
This might be an Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love situation where it might get ugly, sadly.
Well, I think it's the right move, guys, because Kirk Cousins coming off of a torn Achilles, right, approaching 36, 37, and also on top of that, only 2 years of his deal being guaranteed. The Falcons made the right kind of move to protect their franchise going forward. And, sadly, I don't think Penix is going to wait till 27 to start. I think that this is gearing up for another Kirk Cousins departure in the next couple of years for Penix Jr. to be the quarterback of the future. And it's funny, guys. I joked about the Falcons taking McCarthy for leverage purposes, and look at what almost happened. They probably were heavily considering him.
But they didn't.
By the way, what's the update on the Knicks game so far?
The New York Knicks. I don't think they're going to close in the gap. It's 111-99 at the moment.
Unique nature of what's gone on in college football with the transfer portal and the COVID year. So we had 2 different types of quarterback ready for the first round. These 3 guys that were older guys. You talk about Jaden Daniels, 55 starts. Bo Nix, 61 starts. Michael Penix, 48 starts. And then you've got the normal guys that'll play 3 years and come out. So I don't think it was a reach. These guys are all experienced, and I think there's a reason why they were picked in the first round.
Yeah, we have video of Jaden Daniels connecting to Brandon Ayuk to beat Justin Herbert in a game against Oregon.
And Diamador lowers in coverage.
That's how long it's been. All right, here's the Colts pick.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
First defensive player of the draft. Let's go.
He is an Indianapolis Colts.
There is defense in the NFL.
And he is the first defensive player selected in the
Wow.
2024 NFL Draft.
And DJ, think about his path. He was just now the first defensive player taken in this draft. And it was just a few years ago when he was at the University of Washington. He had to medically retire from the sport. It was a second chance to get to UCLA. Imagine the emotion that he's going through right now.
Remember what doctor cleared him? Peyton Manning's doctor, who cleared Peyton to come back and play in the NFL. And he wears 15, DJ. Jalen Phillips wore 15.
UCLA. That's Helena School, Trevor.
Where he was medically
You moved to UCLA.
change schools, get cleared,
Got a
and make it to the
Maserati.
NFL.
15 pick.
Football in just a second.
Must be a happy moment for Sammy
He
Block.
was on his way to being a
Oh, for
firefighter.
sure.
He was thinking
Gotta
football
look
was
at
in
the
its
Twitter to see
past,
what he
not
said.
in his future.
I
He
should
got
say
a
Twitter.
second
The X
opportunity,
feed.
and talk about making the most of it there at UCLA.
He's got that
phenomenal years.
edge,
Carries a
if you know what I
15th
mean.
pick in the
Mhm.
NFL draft. That is.
Look at those shades, man. Look at those amazing shades. Steven, you should get a pair of glasses like that, man.
Perhaps. We got a live update here, guys, in the Knicks game. It's looking like the New York Knicks right now trail the 76ers 99-111. The Sixers are, in fact, the first to 100, Trevor, with 5:50 left in the fourth. Now,
That's
here's
it.
a very interesting statistic, guys. The first team to 100 in NBA games have a 92% win percentage. And on top of that, in this NBA play-in and playoffs, the first team to 100 has only lost one time, and that was the Sixers against the Knicks on Monday.
Yep.
And that's out of what? How many matchups? That's out of maybe 16, 18 matchups. One time the first team to 100 has lost. So it looks like the Sixers, for all intents and purposes, have locked up Game 3. Do you
Yep.
guys now see, is there a potential for the Sixers to come back and tie this series in Game 4?
It's very possible because it's in Philly again. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think don't not even just the Knicks, but I could see Orlando tying that series too because they went home and they got that home cooking going on today.
That's right.
just trying to look like a sneak peek for where Game 5 is at for the Sixers. So Game 5, it goes back to New York. So
Yep, 113.99. If the Sixers choke this, though, they're done. They are done. No chance that they come back.
And if it's necessary, Game 7's in New York to make matters worse for the 76ers. So they have to win in
It's a tough uphill
6.
battle to win the series, but I do believe they have what it takes to tie.
They have to win in 6.
They do. The Knicks have now cut the deficit down to 8. It's 105-113. 76ers lead at home in Philly.
You're getting nervous.
Nervous moments for the crowd.
Ooh.
Embiid driving in and drawing contact. Sixers desperate to cling on to this 8-point lead, guys.
Man, I just can't wait for Lakers Nuggets tonight. That's going to be fun.
I got a fun one in that one, Isaiah. So I got a 2-leg parlay going. That's quite a long shot. I have the Knicks-Sixers game to not go into overtime. That's the easy leg. And then I got LeBron James getting the first three-pointer in the game.
You know who's going to get the first three-pointer of the game? It's going to be my guy. Say it with me, Steven. You know where I'm going with this. It's going to be Austin Reed. Exactly.
He loves that guy way too much.
Look at all these prospects. Drake May. We've got, the J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix. Now the Sea Chickens are coming in to pick. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go and grab some food before we continue the second half of this draft.
Man's getting snacks. Bring some for the rest of the class, man.
Gotta, we're halfway in.
So who do we see as the steal of the draft, guys? We got some good contenders. Latu going number 15, quite a big steal. You got Brock Bowers going to the Raiders, J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings. They got their guy. Who do we think that you guys got as a steal of the draft? I'll start with you, Trevor.
Kind of like where Bowers kind of fell to the Raiders. Like, they didn't have to do much for it. I thought he was going to be a little bit further back to teams that were more complete, and they were just looking for, a good possible tight end to come get them, to go get them. But at the same time, there hasn't been like a steal yet until we'll probably see it later in the draft. I would say is when the steals will start to show themselves. I feel like.
Yeah, for me, I got to go with J.J. McCarthy because you got not only because of the prospect and where he was projected to land, but because you got the perfect fit for the Viking system. A guy who can make on-schedule throws. He's got a bit more mobility, as Sam Darnold does too. He just seems like the perfect guy to kind of develop under Darnold and then perhaps take the reins a couple years down the line as the franchise quarterback. I really like the McCarthy selection at 10. Yes, you had to give up a bit to move up one spot, but you didn't have to give up the farm like people were projecting you had to. Some people thought the Vikings would have to give up both of their first-round picks, as you see the ad of the quarterbacks. And, on top of that, a second round to move up, that they had to trade the farm to get McCarthy or May. In the end, all you had to do was swap out a couple of late rounders.
Those late rounders are gonna come critical. I feel like
it's possible, but you still got your guy at a relatively cheap price compared to what was thought that you had to pay. But I'll go to Garrick. What do you think is the steal of the draft? You got Latu, you got Bowers, you got McCarthy. All of them kind of fell.
I mean, there hasn't been. I haven't seen any steals. It's too early to predict who is the steal because there are steals going to happen in the later rounds. So yeah.
That's right. So Isaiah mentioned the Brock Purdy effect, right? And how critical that's been in some of the decisions that we've seen today and perhaps in last year's draft. But I wanted to ask you guys, you take a guy who had Brock Purdy's characteristics and his college career, and you don't know he's going to turn into Purdy, let's say. Let's say you take one of those kinds of guys, right? You take a Brock Purdy and erase everything we know of him from our memory and age him back a couple years, and he lands in this draft. Where do you guys think he would fall? Would he still be mystery relevant? Would he be undrafted? Or you think that perhaps he could even slip into the 4th or 5th round?
Well, in the scenarios, assuming the COVID year didn't happen, then I could see him being undrafted.
Perhaps. What do you think, Garrick? Like a prospect like Purdy today, because of some of the success that we've been able to see with some of these quarterbacks who were taken later, like a Nick Foles, like a Brock Purdy, and Brady in the past. Like, Nowadays, with that effect coming in, a Brock Purdy type prospect, do you think he still becomes a mystery relevant or undrafted? Or does he perhaps slip up a couple of rounds now because of the psychology of teams?
So, I'm trying to understand this question.
If you take a Brock Purdy level prospect, right,
Okay.
and you transplant him into this year's draft,
Okay.
is he still the last pick of the draft? Or perhaps undrafted?
The Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle.
Wow, what a steal.
Now we're on defense.
Byron
Here we go
Murphy.
again.
Wow.
Great pick.
Well,
Great pick out of the University of Texas.
I mean, that's a hard question because I think he'll still be later rounds, but like he will not be like last pick.
Maybe a 5th or a 6th round?
Yeah.
Well, what's Isaiah think? You're a big Brock Purdy fan, right? The effect of kind of Brock Purdy popping off. I guess my question was a little bit confusing because I'm saying if we remove what we know about Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we can do that. What I'm saying is with what we've seen with Brock Purdy, right, in this year or next year's draft, if you have a prospect who's like Purdy and has his college career and his strengths and weaknesses, does that player still go last pick in the draft? Or does he perhaps move up a couple
they go higher.
rounds?
They go higher.
And
We've
where
seen
do you
it.
think the next Purdy would go? Oh, yeah, that's right.
I mean, Stetson Bennett went 4th. I mean, he wasn't even supposed to be like 6th or 7th, and he went in the 4th round last year. So I'll tell you guys this. I think there is a Purdy in this draft. And you guys know I'm going to go with this. It's Keaton Slovis out of BYU. You know, he's exactly the same. He's got that swag like Purdy. Not really a good, consistent college career. Played at a very, small university. But when, he played, I mean, he was pretty good. And I think it's just all about the system.
In fact,
I'm not sold on that guy because like he kept transferring to many schools, and that and I think I think that could play an effect on him in the long run. But I think, in my opinion, I think that someone who can be a surprise would be Spencer Rattler.
The Vikings just traded up. By the way, Vikings just traded up.
Wow.
They got the 17th overall pick.
Steven, what are your Vikings doing?
Yeah, what are the Vikings doing?
Chop Robinson out of the University of Florida. Here we go.
It's not. I mean, they got McCarthy. What else do they need? Why? No, not wide receiver.
They have some needs. They signed good edge rushers. They've improved their offensive line. They do need help in the secondary. So I'm thinking secondary or
pulled off both of them.
Secondary or lineman, defensive lineman.
JJ McCarthy.
See, come on. We're the Vikings take here.
Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Oh my God, they just got the best edge rusher on the board.
Woo! We got an Alabama and a Michigan prospect.
Is coming out of the green room right now to be a teammate of JJ's.
That'll be so awkward for those two together.
From
go, I'm all here for it.
People penciled in to go to Georgia 8th overall as the first defensive player taken. Is now
yes, sir.
Out of the green room.
Dallas Turner to the Vikings.
Taken in a row after 14 offensive players started our night.
This tells you what type of night it's been. In the back of my mind, I
What
assume Dallas Turner's
already gone.
I didn't even have
nice run of
this guy was a
Garrett
projected
Josh Dobbs, the Pastronaut, bringing all the luck for us tonight. The Minnesota Vikings, your next San Francisco 49ers. Absolutely stacked. So happy with this pick. Isaiah, your thoughts on this pick?
You know what? Even though I have consistently hated on the Minnesota Vikings, I do got to give them credit for their picks. I mean, you get your quarterback, okay. You surround him with weapons. I still think that J.J. McCarthy is going to be Mac Jones 2.0. But the thing is, maybe he will be Mac Jones was not bad. I mean, he just had bad coaching. I mean, when you have Matt
100%.
Patricia as your offensive coordinator, I mean, anybody's going to struggle. So, and then now you get your edge rusher. So I do like what the Vikings are doing. I like that they're going with the pass rush, the defense, and then doing the offense. I like it. Only problem, though, with the Minnesota Vikings, though, is I think with JJ, I think he's a quarterback that you could start him right away. The offensive line, though, I think for Minnesota is something that they do need to work on.
They do. They've improved a lot though from the past 2 years. Last year they had a lot stronger numbers than in 2022. This year, another year together, I'm expecting some improvement as well. And you just got to feel for this Vikings franchise, right? Kind of stuck in purgatory with Cousins, for better or for worse. For Cousins' fault or not, it was just tough to build a roster around that contract, as me and Garrick discussed. And now, New England gets their guy, Minnesota gets their guy, Atlanta has a nice succession plan in place, or the Raiders appear to be loading up. This has been an exciting draft. And, let's talk to the other guy here, Ben, whose quarterback just got off the board, a couple hours ago. How do you feel about the Drake May selection? The Patriots stand pat, they stand firm, they don't trade back for the Vikings or the Raiders, and they just get their guy, Drake May.
Yeah, it's going to be on here, guys. I was on my other shows watch parties, so it's going to be on here for a bit. Yeah, I'm really excited about Drake May. Obviously with a lot of these quarterbacks, there's a ton of, just very unnecessary kind of notice in terms of where things kind of fall with a lot of these guys. But yeah, I think I really like his overall intangibles. I know that his footwork obviously needs some work, but I was in the belief specifically that, if they were going to get him with the third pick, I just think personally, Elliott and company were really high on him. And now it's all about if they make a trade potentially for a receiver, because I know there's been some smoke possibly of the Patriots looking to get Brandon Ayuk potentially with that 34th pick, but time will tell in terms of if that would happen or not. But I think, like I said, quarterback obviously was the position of need, and they did just that. And very excited for this move, and obviously. My guy CJ Stroud, which of course means Stephen R. OSU fan, said that he's the best quarterback in terms of his mind of this draft class. So obviously it kind of makes me feel good as well too. So yeah, with a lot of great quarterbacks in this class, I'm really excited for him to come to New England.
Excited for you too, Ben.
Appreciate it.
Ben, what was your reaction when Michael Penix Jr., who a lot of people thought it was going to be a late first-round pick? I know our reaction, we were all shocked. Like, there was no talk on here for a while. But what was your reaction when Michael Penix Jr. got selected by the Falcons? Because even though it happened like 30, 40 minutes ago, I honestly still don't understand it. Like, you pay Kirk Cousins all that money, you get all that guaranteed years on that deal, and now you're going to draft Penix? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm stunned. I thought maybe they go defense, or they might go, I don't know, offensive line or something like that. But, with the Falcons, and there's some other teams specifically that are just dumb franchises in terms of when it comes to making mistakes. And apparently, according to Diana Rossini, Kirk Cousins apparently was very shocked about this overall pick. And I don't blame him. They brought him in to be their long-term quarterback, and obviously Pegs is one of the better quarterbacks in this class. It doesn't add up. And, I know that I think during Penix's, press conference once after he got picked, he was also a little shocked as well, too, that Atlanta was the pick for him. So, yeah, I think pretty much for everybody else, including myself, I was pretty surprised. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it was a big shock. But Ben, to the point of that, Kirk Cousins' contract is only guaranteed for 2 years, right? I know it's a 4-year deal on the surface.
Yeah.
And he is coming off of that torn Achilles, right? There's no guarantee that he's going to be healthy for 2, 3, or 4 full seasons. Some people saying that Penix is going to be 27 by the end of this deal. But in your mind, guys, we'll start with you, Ben. Do you think Kirk Cousins plays out his 4-year deal in Atlanta?
I mean, if he stays healthy, I mean, he's still relatively, on the younger side. I mean, I'm not saying he obviously is young, but for overall him, I think that Atlanta, Raheem Morris was just very hot on Penix. So if they feel specifically that, like you mentioned, Steven, if he's coming off an ACL, they're hoping that they can have the backup insurance in case something happens, and they have one. So especially with Penix too, just kind of weird coincidence that both of the quarterbacks they have injury problems. Some coincidence, I guess that's the case, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know if he'll ride out his whole entire contract, Steven, but I think he'll probably ride out most of it. If I had to.
Maybe 2 to 3 years of it, grooming Penix.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good fit there in Atlanta. I think that there's a lot of rapid reaction to why would you do that after signing Kirk? But the reality of it is that the Falcons are not any kind of Super Bowl front runner. And it's not as if because they've added Kirk that there's some kind of rookie wide receiver or offensive tackle away from winning the entire league or division or conference for that matter. So I think that it was a smart choice by the Falcons. And at first I thought, I was joking with the guys here. I thought, hey, the Falcons might take J.J. McCarthy just to spite the Vikings and force the Vikings to give up assets. And instead they took Penix. They did take a quarterback, just not the one I was joking about.
Right.
Well, we'll go to you, Trevor. It was a big shocker as we kind of zoom in on the Bengals pick. It was a big shocker that the Falcons took Penix Jr., but what do you think about Penix's actual fit within that scheme and within that offense and the timeline that the team is on?
Coming off that injury that he had, definitely is going to dampen his mobility. But it's like he's still a mobile quarterback, which kind of fits the Falcons' play style. If you look at like Michael Vick and their, pass, definitely want something that's going to play into Atlanta's favor. But obviously, when you're injured on your legs, you're just not the same once you used to be in your mobility once you recover from that injury.
That's right. So we'll see. So here we go on the Bengals selection. John O'Korn's team.
Tackle.
Amarius Mintz.
A lot of offensive tackles.
These tackles are just flying off the draft board, guys. I think, more than anything, we did feel the Brock Purdy effect in terms of quarterbacks. But perhaps did we also feel another kind of Niners effect in the sense of the importance of offensive line? Because that's really what cost teams like the Eagles and the Niners the Super Bowl.
Right.
What are you thinking about that, Garrick? Do you think that perhaps these past couple of Super Bowls where we saw, the Chiefs get pummeled by the Buccaneers, and then we saw the Bengals lose to the Rams, and then we saw the Niners and Eagles lose to the Chiefs, perhaps some of these high-profile games are really influencing teams to truly value the offensive tackle and offensive lineman positions?
So, I mean, they're trying to find. I think. I mean, nowadays, if the Shanahan scheme taking over, they're trying to find the right, offensive line positions. This is not just like some guy who's big and who can block. It's just like you have to find out the right offensive tackle. So that's what they're trying to get early.
Right. So it's a very, very interesting and precarious situation, but I do think that we are shifting more and more in the NFL into a battle of the trenches, right? You have people like Mahomes that can overcome certain deficiencies, but even a guy like Mahomes, as he's shown against his matchup with Brady in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, he can't overcome line deficiencies. When your line is not winning, you just can't play winning football. And I think that it's just interesting, guys, because every single Super Bowl since the Niners-Chiefs matchup with Jimmy G and Mahomes, it has been decided by the offensive line when you really think about it. Every single one of them.
Like my old football coach says, games are won in the trenches. It's always been that way.
In the football games, for sure.
Guys, what did I
are we
miss?
thinking here for the Rams? We thinking maybe the Rams go for a wide receiver here? Anyone left on the board that we like, Isaiah?
I think Brian Thomas.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas, a couple guys that I'm looking at. I'm just glad, honestly, I'm just glad the Rams didn't get Brock Bowers, because if Brock Bowers with Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford would have been extremely scary. So I'm just glad that didn't happen. I know Marvin Harrison Jr. is now in the division, so that's kind of scary. But yeah, I think that for the Rams, receiver, maybe an edge rusher, just because Aaron Donald retired, so you might want to go and get someone to pair up with him. I mean, to replace him. So maybe they can go there, edge rusher.
Yeah, I agree. Like interior, I think Aaron Donald's like interior lineman or something. But yeah, a defensive line probably.
Defensive line could be the move here. You're right, especially if you want to compete against opponents in the NFC West, right? We talked about the importance of offensive line. What about disrupting that offensive line?
Yeah.
Teams like the Niners and Seahawks have shown a clear weakness in key moments.
Yeah. And I think it's more, I think the Rams focus is on the 49ers.
The Lakers game has started. So we got the Nuggets leading 4-0 early on in the game.
No, the Lakers are leading 4-0.
Oh, that's the Lakers. My bad. Thanks for the correction, Isaiah.
Yeah, no worries. And now I'm seeing the worst head coach in the NBA. Honestly, a ham sandwich could coach better than Darvin Ham at this point.
Boy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like the draft has kind of slowed down a little bit? Like after the early, the early flurry that we had.
I think there's just so many tackles taken off the board. I feel like teams are gonna have to actually start to think.
The Lakers leading 8-0.
Yeah, the tackle.
Because there's really a few receivers went off the board, couple defensive players, 6 quarterbacks, and the rest have been all tackles. That's it.
They feel like
I think they did, Joel, because they thought that the board would be manipulated that way, and there would be an opportunity for one of those edge rushers.
LeBron looks pissed tonight, guys.
There you go. Okay, so the commissioner coming out with a Los Angeles Rams first-round selection, which is something he has not read since 2016, and it's the 2000.
First Rams pick in 6 years. Let's go.
Here in Detroit.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end.
There we go. There's my guy. Florida State, not University of Florida. My bad, guys.
Good move for them.
Group effort, and this is a rugged, physical pass rusher.
Edge rusher, Aaron Donald's replacement right here. Right there. There you go. You got your Aaron Donald replacement.
Will Anderson Jr. I like that comp.
Man, I want to see the Niners trade up without giving Debo or Ayuk.
Honestly, if you're the Niners right now, I think you just stay at the place, stay where you are, because all the players that you have targeted, they're either gone or they're falling to your lap at the moment.
True.
I'll be curious if the Niners took a receiver, like a Worthy or something. That would pretty much tell me that something's coming.
Well, I
Or
think
like
it'll be
Brian
okay.
Thomas, maybe.
I think they will take a receiver, but not in the first round. It's, but I think like I'm feeling like Debo, he will be like expendable. Like
Yeah.
I think not now, but like maybe like in 2 years. I honestly think that he might be worth it if he just plays receiver like 100%. Like none of that running back stuff. Like I think that's where like because he is a 1,400-yard receiver, and he could have gone like 1,800 if he stayed at the receiver role.
Yeah. They play
So
him
you
in
think
2
that
positions.
playing a little bit of running back, yeah. Do you think that actually reduces his value, Garrick, because of the injury concerns?
Yeah, because he's not getting like 50 yards every carry.
We got 10 more picks, boys.
But the thing is, like, if a team like finds him and have him say, "Oh, we want you to play receiver," that'd be a big mistake for the Niners. The Niners might regret it.
Yes.
By the way, Steven, your boy Chop Robinson is still on the board, edge rusher from Penn State.
All right, Trevor.
Yeah, good seeing you, Trevor.
I'll see you later, man. From one quarterback to the other. Josh Dobbs to Phillip Rivers, both legends of our teams.
Yep. All right, peace, y'all.
Yeah.
I want the Niners, honestly, to go offensive line because I just feel like, there's a couple of guys here that I just feel like our offensive line was one of our Achilles' heel last year. We've done so much on the defensive line already, so I don't think that's a big concern. The secondary, yes, is a big concern, but I think right now the biggest need is offensive line just because I don't trust that right tackle. I don't even know his name. McKivitz. Like I don't think he's not that good. I mean, he gave up a lot of sacks last year. You got to protect Brock Purdy if you don't want him to get hurt again.
I think so, but so many offensive linemen are coming off the board. Like, who do you have left to pick?
Yeah. I mean, you need to take a left tackle. You need to take a tackle because Trent Williams is going to be gone next year. It's going to be gone next year. And left tackles, like they don't come in like in the later rounds. They come in the first round.
No.
Well, guys, it was fun being on the show, but I got to get to bed for an early Friday morning. I'm glad to have witnessed both of my Vikings picks, and the Niners will be drafting 31st. It looks like.
Yeah, I got to head out and eat dinner soon.
Yes. Well, keep me updated, guys, on the Niners selection, and thanks everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, good seeing you all.
Yeah, good draft show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what a show thus far. I mean, the Steelers pick is in. Yeah, we shall see. Ben, it looks like it's just gonna be me and you the rest of the night, man.
All right, I'll do what I can to stay until hopefully the end, but at least chill off for a little bit more because I came later.
Yeah, no worries. I think what do you think the Steelers do now here at pick number 20?
Yeah, I'm thinking like offensive line. They have to keep their quarterback upright. Obviously it's gonna be Russ for sure.
Yep.
They've had some problems with their offensive line in past years, so I think that's where they're gonna go.
Yeah, I mean Russell. Like, you know what? This draft has been filled of a lot of stunning stuff so far. So
yeah.
I honestly would not rule out quarterback. Like after seeing Michael Penix go to the freaking the Atlanta Falcons. Like like I wouldn't rule anything out at this point in time. Like I could see, like I was telling the guys earlier, I could see Spencer Rattler going in the first round. Like I could see something crazy like that. just because of how this draft has gone. But you know, the one thing I am shocked about, Ben, is that there hasn't been a lot of like those big bombshell trades that a lot of us were kind of speculating that was going to happen. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow, who knows? But
Yeah.
I feel like that's the only underwhelming part about this first round. There has not been a lot of these big time deals.
Yeah, like I said, they typically kind of talk about it beforehand, but the actual reality, I mean, like I said, there's still a lot of guys out there. Mitchell from Texas, Worthy from Texas, Thomas Jr. from Texas. So I mean, from LSU. So a lot of teams that are wide receiver needy, they might go out and try to see, what it would take for Jettis, obviously, but that's obviously a long shot. But T. Higgins, obviously, if a team comes calling, tonight even after, you just never know. Obviously Tom Curran with that tweet before the draft about Brandon Ayuk with the Patriots, there must be something tied in with that, because he just wouldn't say that just to say that. He definitely has a lot of tied in with the team. So, we'll have to see. Obviously I still feel like there's going to be some fireworks happening at some point. I just don't know if it'll be tonight. I could see it potentially tomorrow or Saturday.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's
32 young men will embark on their NFL career striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
That's awesome. I love seeing things like that.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner.
Great player and
most
just a great person.
I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Ooh, okay. You called it. They're going to go tackle.
Tackle. Like I said, I think that's really good for them. They need that offensive line desperately. So I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I mean, you protect Russell Wilson, which, given his age and him having durability issues the last several years, I mean, you're going to need that. So I think that's a good move for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Plus, anytime you go and get a tackle, you go and get a tackle, you don't trade up. It's a good thing. And he was one of those guys that was really, really good as part of that dominant Washington Huskies offensive line last year. So I do think that it's a very good move for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now I'm trying to understand, where is Roger Rosengarten, the other highly priced tackle for the Huskies? Where is he going to go? Because that's going to be the interesting one. Because I know the Niners scouted him a lot this past year, so that's going to be very interesting to see where he goes.
Yeah. Also, what did you think about the Eagles extending AJ Brown before the draft?
I wasn't surprised because he means a lot to their team, and he's a guy that, he does a lot to their team. And the money that they gave him was a lot, but you got to pay those kind of players. It wasn't as what I think, Brandon Ayuk wanting $30 million. If you pay a receiver like $30 million a year, you're not going to win a Super Bowl. Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, you can't pay a receiver that much money. So, I like the deal because it wasn't a lot of money, But it was, it's a good deal for AJ Brown.
Right. And then also in terms of JJ McCarthy, I know obviously Steven, I don't know how he feels about it, but in terms of the Vikings, how do you feel about it?
JJ McCarthy,
Because of Justin Jefferson, man. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't really know how he's feeling right now. I don't know how Kirk Cousins is feeling right now.
Well, Kirk Cousins is probably feeling like awful at the moment.
Yeah. So, like I said, we might not get any type of big bombshells or fireworks tonight, but NFL never sleeps. Like just when you expect like nothing's gonna happen, boom. AJ Brown, obviously that I was telling my other show, it's funny enough how AJ Brown, we were on the show with that trade a couple years ago, and then of course he gets the extension a couple years after. Just coincidence. So yeah, like I said, I think for Drake May, like I was saying earlier, they had to make this move. I mean, I would love Marvin Harrison Jr. But yeah, I mean, the only thing is like they have to give him some help. They have to give him some pieces around him because it would be exactly like the Mac Jones situation all over again. I just don't want that to happen. But I think that he comes in. His pro comp is Josh Allen, which I mean, if that's the case specifically, heck, I mean, Bill Belichick, if you gotten the chance to kind of watch the stuff, by the way, with him and Pat McAfee tonight, he's been absolutely incredible. I'm going to probably watch a little bit after I get out of here because he just has so much insight about all of these guys. And even when he's not even coaching for this year, I mean, he's still going through a lot of these prospects. And he was pretty high specific in terms of the pick that Pat said. So, if Belichick has a kind of an idea about it, heck, I think most people feel good about it. So, like I said, he's raw. That's kind of for like a lot of guys. And who knows? I mean, heck, Jacoby Brissett maybe start this year specifically. Sometimes you just don't just put the guy right into the fire. But for a long-term answer, I think that he has a chance to be one of the top quarterbacks in this class. And, just give him the guys around him, and it should be really exciting for sure.
Oh, I totally agree. I think the thing is with Drake May for the Patriots is, listen, any quarterback, whether it's Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, if you put them in a system and a team that doesn't have weapons, they're going to fail. I mean, plain and simple. So for the Patriots, yes, you get your quarterback. That's a good start. But now it's about getting the weapons to surround him with. And I think that for New England, you got to go get receiving help. You got to get a legit number one. You got to go get offensive line.
That's why I would have liked Ayuk. I mean, Ayuk has the ability for like a younger offense. I mean, he'd be instantly our best receiver.
He would.
For a long, long time. And I mean, even that specifically, right? Deebo Samuel, there's not many teams, for Ayuk that he wouldn't be a number one on. Deebo is just that good of a playmaker. So, I mean, I think specifically that if a team calls specifically for that 30, I think it was the 34th overall pick we got, and Elliott is working the phone specifically because there's been a lot of reports out that the Patriots are trying to trade for a receiver. And, that's why they didn't go out and get a guy specifically in free agency at receiver, which I think a lot of people were speculating about, is because they feel like specifically that, this draft class is very big, draft-wise in terms of wide receivers, whether it's Amari Mitchell, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Leggett from junior from South Carolina, which I think is going to be the most sneaky pick, whoever gets him. So, I mean, if they don't go out and trade for a big time fish, I mean, there's still guys here that I think that can make a massive difference. But they just got to find a way, like you said, to surround the guys, or else, it's going to be the same story as last year.
Sorry, I was on mute, but Xavier Leggett is definitely a guy that I am definitely I got my eyes on, because when you think about Xavier Leggett, he's a guy that's fast, but also he's a very good route runner. So whoever gets him, I think they're gonna be they're gonna have a really good receiver on their hands. So I'm looking forward to seeing where he goes. In terms of, I could see him going to the Dolphins, Ben, just because, I know they have Jalen Waddle. I know they got Tyreek Hill. But the Dolphins love their offensive weapons. So
They
maybe
do.
Miami, maybe.
We'll see. Speaking of Miami, here comes their pick.
Bars behind them.
I don't know. I don't know what Miami's going here.
With the 21st pick in the 2024
Corner, maybe?
NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker, Penn State.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
This is simple. This is a need as
Defensive
a
line.
preference.
Edge rusher, okay.
Ball off the edge
All right.
and Chop Robinson.
I've
We
heard the
saw at
name.
combine how fast
you
he
know.
was. He ran 4.48 at 254
Interesting.
pounds. We always talk about these Penn State guys. They're all explosive.
Yeah, I mean, they needed an edge rusher because remember, Bradley Chubb is gonna probably miss maybe the first part of the season.
Yeah, he's getting older too.
Yeah, and then their defense, they just had a lot of injuries last season. They had a lot of guys get hurt. They had guys that were unproductive as well. So I think that when you look at the Dolphins team, getting an edge rusher makes sense just because you need like a young guy. You're not saddled with veterans. Like I think that's a good move for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, they moved on from Xavier Howard, and one other guy specifically, I think defensively that they moved on from. So that pretty much tells me they're trying to get younger, faster.
Yep.
I do think Xavier Howard, as good of a playmaker as he is, he's definitely lost a step. I feel like specifically for sure. So yeah, I like this pick a lot for Miami. And, like for a lot of these guys specifically, you have a feeling specifically like some impacted guys in this draft class. A lot of them are very much well-known knowns. But there's some guys you're like, all right, this guy's gonna be ready. Like you mentioned, Brock Bowers. I think Brock Bowers is a guy
he's gonna be ready right away.
that will 100% be ready. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. Will definitely for sure be. The Cardinals have a really good one on them for years. So yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of unknown with a lot of these guys, but there are some guys that you just can tell. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr., for instance, right? There's, Marvin Harrison obviously was one of the best receivers ever out there. And there's already people pretty much telling, other people specifically in the industry in football that he could be better than his dad. I mean, that's just saying so much. That's praising specifically like Jerry Rice standards. Now, obviously, that's you have to kind of tone it down a bit in terms of the overall expectation.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see in terms of a lot of these guys in terms of how they fit out. It's really exciting to see year after year a lot of these young talents kind of come in. I mean, C.J. Stroud, for instance, Will Anderson, the Texans team specifically, they didn't just turn around specifically make that purgatory for years. With just going crazy in the free agency, they went in terms of building it from ground up. And that's essentially what a lot of teams have to do. They found their quarterbacks in CJ. They got one of their, guys in Will Anderson. And then from there, right, if you pretty much hit specifically on the guys that you need, then essentially that all entices other players from the outside to come in and join you. And that's obviously a guy like Stephon Diggs did. He came in and now he's going to be matched up with one of the best young phenom quarterbacks in the league, and this is pretty much what happens. So
exactly. What do you think Philly does here now? They don't have. I mean, honestly, they don't really have a lot of. I mean, they have a lot of needs. They drafted defense the last couple of years. Their defense is a mess. So maybe they go linebacker here. But the thing with the linebacker is there's not a lot of really good first round linebackers, so you would be reaching if you did that. Maybe offensive line. Do they go line?
I could see that. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, Philly has a type. Like there's some teams that they just have a type for drafting.
Yeah.
Philly has a type in terms of defensive like backs and linebackers, and skill players. I wouldn't be shocked if they looked at obviously Barkley obviously is there. Maybe a backup like running back. I wouldn't be shocked about that. But tight end is like one position I'm like, okay. I mean, Goddard obviously is there. But I mean, obviously their wideouts are nasty with Devontae and AJ there. So, yeah, I don't know. Philly's obviously just a team. I feel like they got Pickett too. So I mean,
That's right.
they're pretty much set at they got Devontae Parker, they got Paris Campbell. Yeah, I mean, even got like wide receiver 3 and 4 all settled. So yeah, I think it's gonna be defense, Isaiah. I think I just don't know more specifically. But yeah, their offense should be really, really fun next year in terms of the way that they can scheme up and stuff. But their defense really was the reason what cost them in the second half last year. They also like they mentioned there, they added DeAndre DeAndre Swift. Devin White. They got from Tampa, and then they got CJ Gardner-Johnson back. So they got some guys that are back, but I do think they want to add some more in their youth defensively.
I can see them going offensive line because they lost Jason Kelsey.
Okay.
They lost a lot on the offensive line was kind of slow and kind of old this past season. So I could see that as the pick is in as we wait
maybe
for
the replacement
Roger
for Kelsey.
Yeah. They need a center.
Yeah.
I can see that. The Jags are on the clock right now. Wow, what a crazy draft thus far it's been. I mean, it's been absolutely bonkers what's going on.
All right.
And Roger Goodell, here we go.
Okay.
This pick, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars right after that, in front of 275,000 people here in Detroit tonight.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon.
That's awesome.
The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles' Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
That's a reach right there by Howard Roseman. He's a second round protected pick. So, and they get him 22nd?
Corner. Okay.
Corner, yeah.
I think I said they had a type, so I wasn't surprised they went. Yeah, that's
an interesting pick. That really is.
I don't really know their corner, but I mean, they obviously still have Slay, right? But he's a safety.
Yes, they do. They have Slay.
Yeah. So I guess I can see corner. That's interesting.
By the way, Jane Slater is reporting that that she talked to Kirk Cousins' reps and he is absolutely stunned. They never gave him any heads up whatsoever. He's disappointed in the pick. So, wow, we got drama going on, Ben, in Atlanta.
Love it.
It is. Woo.
I don't think a lot of Falcon fans are happy about it too, which is funny. Oh man, like listen, like Penix, I think is like a great overall pick for anyone, but just the overall, you literally just put your investment in Kirk Cousins, and now you're doing this. Like,
you just signed a quarterback, and now you.
That's like the Patriots going out and acquiring Kirk Cousins, and they draft JJ McCarthy or something. It's like, why? Like, oh man,
it blows my mind, man.
So let me ask you this: who do you feel like? I got 2 picks of steals for the draft in terms of teams.
Okay.
My 2 steals of the drafts was the pick the Jets made for the offensive tackle. I think that's a fantastic pick because really the offensive line, you got Tyron Smith down there, the Oli Amunofanu or whatever his name is, specifically from Penn State. Excellent choice there. I know a lot of people, Jet fans, are like, "Give me Brock Bowers," but I do think specifically with the Jets, you gotta protect Aaron Rodgers at best. Obviously he's getting up there. Of course, you saw what happened last year specifically. So, as a Patriot fan, obviously, right? The Jets continue to usually do every year some Jet things, but like, all jokes aside, personally, I think that's a great move for them in terms of that. The other move was the Vikings trading up with the Jaguars to get Dallas Turner. I really just thought specifically that Turner's a very good player. I was going to tell Steven that you guys got a hell of a steal there. But yeah, just really love his game from Alabama. And I think the Vikings really struck gold on that specifically.
I agree with a lot of your points. I think for me, like the biggest winner so far, I like what the Chargers did with Joe Alt. Justin Herbert last year's offensive line was not that great. Jim Harbaugh is a coach that loves physicality, winning in the trenches. So I kind of was not surprised that the Chargers ended up going with the Notre Dame offensive lineman. I think he's an absolute monster, and I think that when he plays for the Chargers, I think that he's going to be a beast for them. And you get to protect Justin Herbert. You give him time to throw the football. I'm surprised they didn't go with receiver because I thought like, okay,
Neighbors,
yeah, you had neighbors. You had neighbors available there. If Marvin Harrison Jr. had fell past Arizona, I think that would have been the pick for the Chargers. But I mean, for them to go with the offensive lineman, not surprised because Greg Roman coached at Notre Dame last year as a consultant, so he knows a lot about Joe Alt. So I think that was a great move for the Chargers. In terms of the other moves. I think, Bo Nix, I'm not surprised that he was the Broncos pick because Sean Payton likes those quarterbacks that are, small but have a cannon of an arm. He loves working with those. So I'm not surprised there. The Jets, I kind of was surprised because I thought I was one of those guys, Ben, that thought, okay, it's going to be Brock Bowers because you give Aaron Rodgers Brock Bowers and you give him that beast of a tight end. Like he's never had a monster at tight end. Ever since Jermichael Finley, and Brock Bowers is way better than Jermichael Finley ever was. So that one kind of surprised me as well. That they went tackle there, and then the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders getting Brock Bowers. That I was kind of shocked because they have a tight end. I mean, they got Mike Meyer. Yeah. So they didn't really need him, but now you look at that team with Bowers and Meyer, Devontae Adams. I mean, wow, it's going to be crazy.
Myers. Yeah. But they got Gardner Minshew there.
Oh, yeah. Now, that's why I wanted James to be on the show because when you look at
imagine they got Fields. If they got Fields there with that, oh my God, that'd be so much better. Like, I
agree.
feel awful. I feel awful for Fields, man. I just really do.
No, I agree with you on that. Oh, and here's the Jags pick. We go to
Jags.
Roger Goodell.
I think we're going to go offense.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr.
Wow, receiver. Wow.
All right. Nice, Jags. Nice, Jags.
Tigers, and so Jaden Daniels.
Nice.
They're stocking up on the receivers now.
Green room.
Because they got
yeah,
Gabe Davis. Yep.
yeah. I mean, Calvin Ridley. Obviously, people were like, obviously, it was gonna be between the Pats and the Jags to get him, and then of course the Titans swooped in and got him. So I'm like, what are the Jags doing? But like, they're probably gonna go receiver at draft, and I don't know a lot about Brian Thomas's game, but LSU obviously stocked the talent year in year out at receiving, and 17 receptions 2023. I mean, that's absolutely awesome to see. Yeah, I want to move there from Jacksonville.
That's surprising. I mean, I thought, okay, you already got Gabe Davis. I thought, like, okay, you're gonna not need a receiver, but wow, they go receiver. That's insane right there. That's another move that I was like, oh, okay, I did not expect.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, speaking of which, Lakers update. They're up 37-27 right now. Austin Reeves is playing amazing basketball. Yeah, Lakers up 37-27. Brian Thomas Jr. going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a good pick by Jacksonville. I really like that pick a lot.
Yeah, this guy has some wheels, man.
Oh yeah, he's fast.
I tell you, the LSU and Alabama receivers, SEC always wins. They always win in terms of talent. I gotta see the NFL comp after the show for this kid. I'm curious.
Wow. Trevor Lawrence gets another weapon now. So as Trevor Lawrence gets another weapon. We are about 7 picks away from the Niners pick. So man, I'm excited, man. I'm getting hella excited about this.
I could see you guys going different spots. I can go see you guys going offensive line. I can see you guys going for defense. I can see you guys going for wideout. I really do. So, Brian Thomas, Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. That's still not that bad.
No, that's not. It's a really good wide receiving corpse right there.
Yep. Man, I like Kirk a lot. He just didn't stay healthy last year, I'm pretty sure. So.
Oh, is Dallas on the clock now?
Oh.
Oh my gosh. I want to see what the Cowboys do here.
Dallas. Talk about a team that legitimately is all in, as Jerry Jones said, and they didn't do absolute squat.
Nope.
They're obviously still trying to pay up Dak Prescott's contract. Who knows about that? Heck, CeeDee Lamb reportedly this offseason was not pleased in terms of how things were going out there. So, I mean, man, there's going to be, the next couple of years. I mean, obviously Jamar Chase right now. That's one of the biggest reasons why I feel like T. Higgins is asking for a trade, and Trey Hendrickson yesterday, which that came across out of nowhere. But that pretty much just tells me that the Bengals are an absolute massive cap hell, and they're trying to do what they can to get under, the luxury of being able to pay long term of Jamar Chase, and because there's only really one able to see it, because you don't just move on from Hendrickson and T. Higgins, essentially two of your massive guys, but it's a business. And so, I think that obviously they're going to look in terms of what's next. I mean, there was a report that Hendrickson, I guess, specifically is open to re-signing, but if there is no specific common ground to find a deal, he's going to go somewhere else. So, I mean, imagine the Niners got Trey Hendrickson. I'm just thinking overall,
man. With that defensive line?
That would be sick. Oh,
yes. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, heck, the Patriots, him and Matt Judon. I mean, you talk about, I'll be absolutely electric. I know they brought back Josh Uche. But yeah, if Hendrickson goes on somewhere else, I mean, that would be awesome for a team.
No, I completely agree. That, and I know our guy John Alcorn would be pissed if he got traded, because he's one of their impact pass rushers on their ball club.
Yeah, well, not just in the NFL. I mean, last year, 2023, he had 17 and a half sacks. So yeah, he's only 29 years old. Yeah, I mean, he could be an absolute force for a team if if he moves on. So yeah, I mean, we'll have to see about that. I mean, with Higgins, yeah, I don't know. I mean, how do you feel about Buffalo this offseason? And obviously, I don't think that they want to move him to an AFC type team. I think that Carolina would be a great fit for him because he went to school down there for college. He would be instantly the number one there for Bryce Young. I mean, Adam Thielen, I don't think at this point in his career as a number one. And he really was a number one for, in Minnesota. I mean, he's a great receiver, but he's more of the wide receiver too. Really good number one, but he's more of a complimentary one. Kind of makes sense in terms of like you need to have this other good receiver number one to be with them. So unless you're a really awful team that you're building, it's kind of like a team in baseball, right? Where it's just like you could be instantly like the best player for that team specifically, but we
got a trade. Detroit.
Let's go.
Just trade it up.
I love trades.
Wow. Let's see what
are they gonna trade back?
Something we said.
Did Detroit even have a first-round pick this year?
It's the Cowboys trading their pick to the Lions, the home team that was drafting 29th overall.
Yeah.
Oh, they did. Okay.
The first round as any of these.
Let's
fans
see what Detroit does here. Wow.
Choose somebody.
Oh my God.
A little bit on top
Never change, Dallas. Never change, man.
Star-studded and
never change. Exactly.
Never change.
Are they gonna Detroit? What do they need? Corner? Would you go corner here if you're Detroit?
They've done a ton of work on corners. When I
okay.
talk around to a lot of the college coaches, ask them who's done the most work at certain positions. The corner
I can see corner.
They said the Lions have been doing all kinds of homework on these guys. That is a need. I have that as the top need.
Would it be cool? I mean, Kool-Aid McKinstry is one of the best corners available right now. Could be him.
That they got in the TJ Hawkinson.
I'll tell you what.
swap
A player that's still out there that's striking. Lad McConkey from Georgia.
In the process.
Yes.
Dan Campbell.
Like
I know the Niners. A lot of Niner media was saying today that they could see the Niners getting him and surprising a lot of people. So if that's the case, then
Why would you bring that up?
if that's the case, then I think Brandon Ayuk could be moved. If that's the case.
That's why I brought it up.
Okay.
They traded with the Cowboys.
Interesting. They traded up with Dallas.
Somebody's now eligible. College eligible.
I mean, running back, they're fine with Gibbs.
I think it's going to be a corner. That's what Detroit really struggled with last year.
Sutton,
The secondary was
it was
not great.
They got Carlton Davis, but yeah.
Tried to get my attention to get Rich to look at
Everything for Rich.
And I'm flashing at my Michigan.
That's interesting. Or like defense.
Jack gave me, and I got
defensive like line maybe.
Everybody phone protector.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be defensive line, maybe corner. I'd be shocked if it's offense.
You just display it, and it's gone.
I knew it.
It's rubbed off.
Knew it.
It's all right.
Your phone. You'll get it. You'll get another.
I know. At any rate, so the Lions are about to have this pick in the party.
Dallas still has the number one
down here in
pick, though.
Detroit.
It looks like so.
275,000 fans, many of them underneath these, as you could
Wow,
see.
that is cool, man. That's
spelling
super
out
cool.
Lions over the city skyline here in the Motor City, first ever Lions.
I've always been curious how being an NFL draft would be. Just staying there and just seeing the whole entire environment.
NFC Championship game.
I mean, it must be a hell lot of standing for a good 2-3 hours, but heck.
Of the first round.
The atmosphere must just be electric.
Forgive me if we do trade out in the first round. I'm just glad.
It looks electric. I mean, everybody's partying, having a good time.
Off the board.
Right.
That's your number one need. I mean, that is a gift.
And a lot of people mocked a corner at 28.
I wonder, where do they have it for next year, the draft?
I had Kool-Aid McKinstry. That was kind of a popular
the next
for a
draft?
2025.
You might get the number one corner on your board, Terrion Arnold.
Well, that's the thing. They're waiting all night, and they're like, hey,
Green Bay.
is this really happening?
Green Bay has it. Wow.
All of a sudden, Quinyon
I might have to make a trip up
there.
there.
Okay,
That'll be sick.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Check it out.
So here comes.
Here's Roger Goodell.
And these are the people that were going to do the Detroit pick at 29. They had to scramble those jets to get him out here 5 picks early.
Put the sandwich down. We got to pick the
Yes,
pick.
let's go.
All right, here we go.
The Detroit Lions excel in engaging with local football community and growing football participation at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
All right, let's see this. As we passed the 3-hour mark officially.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive
Yup, corner. Knew it.
And he's going to be here in person. And one of the most
Great pick.
electric players on the field.
Good pick, yep.
With a personality to match is going to come out on this stage.
I like that pick, Ben. I really do. I
do
think it's a
too.
good pick for the Lions.
85 overall, listen 70 production 90. Yeah, I mean Sutton. I think they were really curious to see about the Sutton situation. It was very weird. But I mean they got Carlton Davis, but I feel like specifically he's kind of a mixture of a 1 and 2. But regardless, I mean this is a fantastic pick for them. I haven't really seen a lot of this kid play, but I think first team SEC. 12 pass breakups, career high in 2023. So, I mean, he's coming off of a really good year last year as his last year in college. The Lions, I feel like, are going to get a good one. And, their defense, is really starting to build year after year. They're going to be just a very fun team. They're pretty much the NFC version of the Texans. I think Goff, obviously, a lot of people had no idea how he's going to turn out in Detroit. And I think that, he's turned into becoming one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the league. Got to that team last year to a championship NFC title game. Obviously, Dan Campbell has another year next year under his belt. Monroe St. Brown's extended up. They got Jahmyr Gibbs there. Sam Laporta obviously is an absolute monster. So that Lions team, man, they're just going to keep growing and be a really good team. So I'm really happy for them because they've been so bad for so long, and I feel like that their fans deserve this moment. And now specifically they're starting to get rewarded, which is good to see.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. This is a pick that they needed some corner help. Their secondary against the Niners weren't that good. They got torched a lot of the times this season. So I think for Detroit, I really think that it's a really good pick. And I think when you look at what Detroit's doing now, they're building the back end of the secondary. They're building, that they already have the defensive line. Now you look at what they're doing in the secondary. I think it's good to see what Detroit's doing right now. And I think Lions fans definitely should be very happy for what they're doing.
All right. In terms of NBA update, I'm watching here. It is currently now 47-43 with 2:43 left in the second quarter. So Denver's starting to make a little run here before halftime. So we might have in a very good game. So essentially, once this draft's over, that's just pretty much going to be it. I mean, heck, we got NFL draft and we got some playoffs the same day. You can't really beat that because there's some times specifically with the draft, it's like, all right, you watch it and it's over. And it's like, what else is there really to watch? And we got some playoffs on the same day. So can't really complain about that. So, I bet for you specifically with the obviously with my Celtics, it sucks that we lost yesterday, but at least I not have to be stressing out specifically on the Pats pick and a playoff game tonight. So, you must be pretty nervous right now with your Lakers.
I mean, honestly, Ben, like, I think with the Lakers, the thing is, if the Lakers win, it's great. But if they lose, I mean, Darvin Ham can get blown out the door because it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, the players have quit, honestly. I think it's just inevitable that he's gone at this point.
So you're kind of ready for a change at this point in time.
Yeah, like the players, I've been ready since halfway through the year because the players just don't respond to him. They don't want to listen to him. I mean, I've seen a lot of the times when he's drawing up plays, they just walk out the door. So, they just walk off back to the court. So, I just think for Ham that I think it's the moment. I mean, he's going to be gone soon, and I think that it's just a matter of time.
We'll see, man. We'll see. All right, so
Green Bay is now on the clock.
Green Bay, man. Heck, they had a really fun year last year. Remember, Green Bay, their expectations last year, they weren't very high. But you got to give credit where credit's due with them. I mean, they really didn't skip a beat. This is obviously after the departure of Aaron Rodgers, their long-term phenom they had there for so long. And Jordan Love, everybody was asking, was he going to be the answer? His second year specifically, I think a lot of people had doubts, but there are some guys. I think you were one of the believers in Jordan Love, and I think now specifically the Packers. What has been position of need for the Packer fans for so long that they never hit on? It's typically it's cornerback, and their defense specifically is up and down. But I do feel like their defense last year was a really strong suit. They have some guys there, that they can make plays. It comes down to their offense. Obviously Aaron Jones, move on from him. AJ Dillon's still there, but obviously he's kind of a power back, right? They're going to probably have to take a look maybe day 2 of a pass catching back for Jordan Love. So that'll be something to watch. But I think they should go out and get a receiver.
They got Josh Jacobs too, though.
They got Jacobs. That's right. Yeah. All right. So never mind about that then. I'll probably go. How about their tight end situation?
I feel like they have some guy that's very young. I forget his name though, off the top of my head.
Yeah. So I feel like with Jordan Love, give him another weapon. I know that they have Romeo Dobbs. They got Reed, who played really well last year, but kind of just build into that more help. Get him a Conky, get him Amari Mitchell, and the thing about the Packers is, they don't have a 50-50 ball catching type of guy, that Packers team. So I wouldn't be shocked if they go out and get a guy like that.
One of this draft.
All right, here we go.
But knowing them, they're not going to do that. They're going to probably go offensive line.
The Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft. Select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
Wow.
They went tackle.
Could really play guard or tackle. Had an injury
in
his career, was coming back from that this past season.
I mean, Bakhtiari, isn't Bakhtiari moved on there?
Yeah, he I think he's is he a Jet? I feel like he's a Jet. He's a free agent, yeah.
I think he's a free agent, yeah, because I think that he still wants to play, but his injuries have been a reason why he's still out there. It's crazy how there's so many free agents out there on the market right now. Stephon Gilmore's out there. Ryan, I'm not a massive Ryan Tannehill fan, but heck, he could still be a decent backup for a team. Zach Wilson, had to move before a lot of this type of stuff, which is crazy. I'm trying to think what else. Justin Simmons, he's still out there. Trying to think what else. Michael Gallup, I think the Cowboys moved on from. He could be maybe a decent piece for a team that might need some receiver help. It's wild. All right, Bucks. So we only got a couple more picks left tonight, and then
now we got.
Were you thinking about doing like a day 2 stream, possibly?
Unfortunately, I probably won't be able to because I'll be working until
Okay.
midnight tomorrow.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
all
it's been
good.
a fun show. Fun
It's been
program
great,
today.
yeah. I don't know if my other network's doing it, but I know that we're doing a lot of draft media type of fun stuff. So that was fun on that other show I was with. And actually, two guys on my other show I was with that I was doing it with our Bears fans. So they were pretty high in terms of what they did. Heck, they got Caleb and they got Adunze. I was really surprised that the Giants, they stood pat. I mean, they didn't decide to go quarterback. Obviously, I think it was really.
Yeah, that was another shocking one too.
Yeah, well, so apparently it was either Drake May or bust, and I think specifically once that the Patriots were reluctant to be open to moving on from that pick, the Giants are probably like, all right, because Daniel Jones specifically, listen, nobody's gonna want to take that contract. Nobody's training for that, so they're kind of stuck with it. But I still thought that maybe like a Bo Nix or a Penix were potentially a viable asset for them, and they didn't go after that. I mean, Neighbors, I think, is going to be good, but I don't know. I mean, Daniel Jones, man. I don't know. I just don't know. I really don't, because you look at in terms of that division too, Isaiah. Dallas, obviously, that vaunted defensive front with Parsons there. Eagles, obviously, their defense I think will be a lot better this year. And then obviously the Commanders. I mean, the Commanders' defense. I mean, I've been one of those guys specifically that they have guys there. So yeah, I mean, Daniel Jones really. It just comes down to his overall passing ability. I mean, I've just never been a massive fan in terms of Jones. I mean, Neighbors obviously is going to go to a place where he's valued, I guess. So, but just a very interesting pick because I thought the Giants had their options out there despite them looking at May. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that was another shocking one because I thought like for sure they were going to go with a quarterback, whether it was.
I mean, Andrew Locke, your guy, but
yes, they do.
I guess they're really high on Drew then. If it wasn't that, so.
Is he going to be the starter in New York, or is it going to be Danny Dimes? It
I would
has
love
to be Daniel
Drew.
Jones, I think, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I would love to see Drew Lock starting in New York. That'd be crazy. But did you see this tweet from Adam Schefter about Justin Herbert? By the way,
no. What happened? Oh yeah, that the Patriots, the
Vikings,
the Vikings inquired. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised about that. But I knew he wasn't going anywhere because I knew like, okay, Harbaugh took that job to coach Justin Herbert. So for him to be going somewhere, that would have made sense for me. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers now, Ben, are on the board or on the clock. Baker Mayfield signed a $100 million extension.
Deservedly so too. Yeah, I think the Bucs are going to defense. Obviously they locked up Evans back. They obviously had a really good game in the playoffs last year. They came a little short, but yeah, they'll probably find a way to get some defense here to help out that team.
Yeah, defense I think could help. Maybe could they go another weapon for Baker? Because that offense was explosive, even though it was explosive. I do feel like even though it was explosive, it could be a little bit more explosive.
It could. I don't know specifically if they're not going to go out and trade for any of the big time playmakers like weapons out there.
No.
I think that Evans is probably going to be wide out one. They probably paid him that overall money there. So I'm going to go offensive line. I think that they're going to try to keep Baker up for as much as they can. Because obviously their offense was kind of up and down in terms of their protection. So that's where I'm going to go specifically is their O-line.
That makes sense. Well, let's see who the Bucs get here. surprising playoff team last year.
All right, quick update in the basketball. Halftime, the Lakers are up 53-49. So, it's gonna be a really fun second half.
Wow, I just saw it. Aaron Gordon tipped it in. Aaron Gordon's been dominating the Lakers tonight. Like they got to go another big. I don't know what.
With
Yeah.
the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center Duke.
Wow, a center. Okay.
I think what Ian was referring to right there.
Interesting. You know what? Ryan Jensen. He's just had injury issues the last couple of years. Unfortunately for him, because he's such a good center. But yeah, the guy obviously can play tackle, good center.
If he can get his hands inside.
Wow, maybe he's Ryan Jensen's replacement.
I'm thinking that too, Isaiah. Because even if Jensen is out there, you just don't know about. They seem to obviously struggle. I think specifically when he went down. So
yeah,
now they obviously have a guy to replace him. So started 39 of 40 games in his career, 5 at center. Okay, so maybe I don't know then. Starter left tackle. I mean, they have Tristan Wirfs at right tackle.
Is Tristan Wirfs still there? I thought he was a free agent.
Yeah, he's still. No, Wirfs is still there.
Okay.
He'll be there probably for a while. I mean, he's like one of their building blocks.
He wants a new contract though. That's what the report is. So could be maybe for 1 year and could be Wirfs gone. Maybe. That'd be interesting though, because I know a lot of teams. I know my Niners would want Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah, he's a stud. I'm gonna take a look at his contract. I'm not really aware about Tristan's contract here. Let's see.
Diana Rossini is reporting that the Texans could trade. The Texans could trade into the first round. Ooh. Wow.
Gotta love the Texans lately, man.
Darius. Oh, that's a guy that a lot of Niner fans wanted. Edge rusher was a monster out of Missouri. Really helped turn their defense around last year. So Cardinals going defense to add to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Love it. Love the Cardinals in terms of what they did tonight. They obviously got Marv, who's going to be an absolute monster for them for years. Building with Kyler Murray, because obviously Kyler for the last couple of years, there's obviously a lot of rumblings, is his head still there? Obviously they, in terms of over giving him help, and obviously you get, potentially one of the best draft prospects we might be seeing at wideout in a long, long time, Marvin Harrison Jr. Then you get Darius Robinson. Like I said, Missouri. I saw them last year. Really quick. That defense definitely needs some help. And obviously keep Buda Baker happy as well too, because he hasn't had as much help lately, and that's obviously why he was trying to ask up for a trade. But we'll see about in terms of what the Cardinals do, tomorrow and stuff like that. 'Cause like I said, they had a pretty good day one today, so.
They did. I like what they did do on both offensively and defensively. I think it's definitely a very good move for the Cardinals. You get a weapon for Kyler Murray, and then you help Jonathan Gannon out on the defensive side of the ball. I like it a lot for the Cardinals, and that's why I'm worried as a Niners fan, because they're coming. Arizona's coming for sure.
Yeah, like I said, big edge, push-pull moves. Awesome senior week. You just gotta love that, scouting report from a defensive end specifically, because there's a lot of defensive ends that are out there that, like I said, speed matters, but it's also technique. And I think that, stopping the run for a lot of defensive ends it's massive. Kind of know if they have it or not, because when you're stopping the run as defensive end, because obviously you're coming out off its full speed from the edge, but it's all about if you essentially close into that gap or you miss a gap, then essentially outside gap most of the time than not, you're getting beat by from a running back because obviously they have the speed. But there's a lot of guys that have really good technique, and if they do, then obviously they can get to that outside leverage to get to these running backs specifically. So yeah, finding good defensive edge for teams specifically is critical because you just don't want specifically like a playmaker to get to that second level. In terms of if they have that ability.
Wow, we got according to Ian Rappaport, we got a trade, man. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded up. They are on the clock now.
Ooh, wow.
Oh my God. Who are they
Oh.
gonna get? That's the question. You can see it right there. Oh God, the Super Bowl champions are on the clock.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I'm feeling a wideout. Yeah.
McConkey? Could it be McConkey?
I'm feeling that or Mitchell. They obviously with Ray Rice. I was thinking with the Rashid Rice news, I think that they're very uncertain about it. I mean, heck, I obviously don't want them to go wide out because, the more weapons, the merrier for the rich gets richer for sure for Mahomes. But I'm also a realist, and I do feel like specifically that, obviously Kelsey is amazing, but they need some outside help, I think, that Kansas City, the offense. They got some guys specifically that are really good between the numbers, but the outside game, I think they're going to go out and get that. If not that, oh, man.
Could it? I wonder what they gave up. That's what I'm wondering now. As we are in pick 28, we got about 4 more picks till we end the night. But Kansas City pick is in. Wow.
But you also said the Texans might be trading up too, right?
Yeah, that's according to a report from Diana Ruzzini. Yeah.
Okay. All right. There's
hey, look, it's Brock Purdy.
You got when you guys draft him? You guys drafted him a couple years ago.
Brock Purdy, yeah. We drafted him last pick, 2022.
Wow, man. You'll find the diamonds in the rough. You really will. That's the great thing about the draft. I mean, heck, Tom Brady being the 7th overall pick, and that pretty much will say it all for the best quarterback ever to play. Not many quarterbacks specifically, the first round specifically. I mean, obviously, you're going to hit on a lot of them in the first round, but there are going to be some that are better. I mean, Dak Prescott, obviously, I obviously have my doubts with Dak. I mean, there's obviously some things I do not like about Dak at all. But his overall accuracy is one thing I do like about Dak. I think overall, most of the time that Dak is very good. When he is going and he's on, his passing is very good. I mean, he has very good precision passing. I think the overall thing about Dak though is his head. I think that there's times specifically against better defenses that sometimes he just gets too riled up, and I think that's one thing about him that I do wonder. But I think that his accuracy is great. I think it's all just in terms of his mindset. There's just some quarterbacks that have that, and some that don't. So, I know that Drake May a lot. I was telling, like I said earlier, is arm strength obviously isn't really a worried for him. It's all about footwork. That's in terms of kind of what the scouts are saying about Drake May. So I think that with footwork, more times than not, you can really focus on that. I mean, I think arm strength really is a massive thing to have. And as much as I did like Mac coming in, and I know obviously with the weapons or not, I wasn't really big on his arm strength. And obviously, when you have guys like Devontae and you have Jerry Jeudy with him at Bama, obviously with his arm, I think with May specifically, you're going to get a little bit more of that downfield passing that we've kind of been hoping for a while. Mock, I think, was more of a quick boom, get out type of guy. I think that with Drake May, I mean, if the Josh Allen comps are real, I think that there might be a little bit more of a risk reward type of play, which I think I'll take, right? If they can get some guys that can make some plays downfield, because the Patriots last couple of years have just been more of a grind it to the sticks type of team. But you need to get specifically some downfield game as well too with your quarterback. So I do think that's obviously gonna be a plus for us for sure.
Yeah, Drake. I mean, I think Drake May is going to be fabulous for you guys. But in terms of Kansas City, imagine if they got that guy that won the. Remember when that guy that won the. Remember that guy that had like the fastest time in the 90-yard or the 40-yard dash? Xavier Worthy, and he wow. If they get him, that's Tyreek. Oh my God! Please, that would be Tyreek Hill 2.0. Oh,
I've been like trying to refuse to be on Twitter during the drafts, but I like
I'm
watching
not
it
on Twitter right now. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. I was not gonna lie, during the Patriots pick, I was trying to look. I was like, oh, just get May, please. Even though I think most people thought it was gonna happen, I was just like, shit. I was hoping.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh God. If they get that kid Worthy from Texas, the speedster. Oh my God, dude. The whole world.
They got Hollywood. They also got Hollywood too. So you have him and Xavier Worthy.
Oh
damn.
Please let it be McConkey or someone like that.
Host of last year's draft.
I mean, he still would be awesome there.
Proud to support
Yeah, he would be.
the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, baby.
All right, here we go. Who do they get? McConkey.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, select Xavier Worthy.
There it is. And it's only fitting. The 20th
You gotta be kidding me.
First round, breaking a record for most offensive players taken in the first round. And that record is set by the guy who broke the record.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh my God. He's joining the Chiefs.
They really just drafted.
When you put him with Patrick Mahomes, instant speed, that 4.21 all-time great.
Oh my
in terms of that number.
God.
Watch how fast he is on a field of.
They literally just drafted him. Oh my God.
Oh. I can't hate. We knew this, Isaiah. It was happening. Once they saw that traded up, we had a feeling this was happening. I mean, you talk about now that dynamic. I knew it in terms of with Rashee Rice. I just knew this was happening. Of course.
Not bad. You look at that offense. Isaiah Pacheco, Xavier freaking Worthy, Marquise Hollywood Brown, two speedsters, and Travis Kelce. Who is stopping that offense right now with Patrick Mahomes? They won the Super Bowl last year with one of the receiving cores that was awful. And now you upgrade from Marquise Valdez-Scantling and Rashee Rice and those guys to go from that to Xavier Worthy and freaking Marquise Hollywood Brown and Travis Kelce. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have no words, man. I honestly don't.
And it was the Bills too. Out of all teams that need a receiver, oh my God!
And they gave it to Kansas City. Oh,
you gotta be kidding me, man!
Now the Cowboys are on the clock. Their pick is in. Let's see who they get. I just hope Dallas does something stupid just to get everybody all up in arms. What do they need? Like they don't need a receiver.
Dallas. Oh man.
I wonder who they get here. Ooh, the Niners pick is right after Dallas, so here we go. I can't believe it, man. I cannot believe that Xavier Worthy went to the Chiefs. They just got Tyreek Hill 2.0. Oh. Here we go. Roger Goodell on the clock.
Now, who the Cowboys are going, if you will, all in on with this 29th overall.
Let's see who Jerry Jones and the Cowboys get.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Nice pick.
I had 8 tackles in my top 50, and I believe
Guyton was a guy that
I'll get that confirmed, but that's the 8th.
that was going to be out there for teams. That's a great pick for them.
He's going to be the eventual replacement for Tyron Smith, who's now at New York.
Tyron Smith replacement. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah.
Earlier, 8 starts, not many.
Yeah, I mean, offensive
right,
line
Dallas.
makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense for Dallas.
I
Going all in
respect
this
Dallas. They traded back. I respect it. I respect it for that. All right. I said we're down to the last 3 picks of tonight.
I know, right? It's been a crazy night this far.
Worthy going to the Chiefs, man. Oh my God. It's gonna be sent up for a while.
You know the question that I have is Buffalo. What? I mean, is Buffalo legitimately do they just love giving? Do they honestly just love helping Kansas City? Like it makes no sense. Like you make all these trades. I mean, didn't they trade the pick that ended up being Mahomes? Like, isn't that what they did?
I don't know, man. Oh, we got Sammy here on the program. What's up? What's up, Sammy?
Yeah, we welcome Sammy into the program, but Sammy, we're just reeling over Xavier Worthy going to the Chiefs. Oh, the rich get richer, man.
I know. I don't know how the Bills let that happen. They know what was going to happen. They should have just drafted Xavier Worthy. They needed a wide receiver too.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous.
And they're going to do the same thing. They did the same thing like when they with the Mahomes trade. And I don't know if they think that depth's going to win them a Super Bowl, but it's usually those top-end players that push you over the limit. And here we are again.
Ravens pick is in. Sammy, how do I'm pretty sure you're a Steelers fan. How do you feel about the Steelers with their pick? I was telling Isaiah, I really like the pick that you guys got. Obviously you guys had Fields and Russ, so I think regardless of who you guys are going to be having starting, I think it's a really good pick for you guys. I mean, I think offensive line's been kind of a need that you guys had for a while. So, how do you feel about that pick?
I'm all right. I really wish we went center instead with Jackson Powers being there and a couple other guys because we have tackles on the roster.
Yeah.
Currently. So that's why I thought they should have went center. But we'll deal with a tackle and probably go to center second round.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think specifically, I mean, your wideouts, right? I know a lot of people were speculating potentially you guys maybe trading for Ayuk as well. So, do you guys feel like specifically you guys might have something in the works of potential type of trade for any like the big fish that might still be out there, whether it's Higgins or Ayuk, anything like that, or you guys feel like you're just going to probably go within and draft another guy? Because I know obviously Deontay Johnson moved on. You guys still have Pickens there. And so how do you feel about the second round tomorrow for you guys?
I think what's going to be really indicative of the Ayuk trade is who San Francisco selects tonight. Because if they select a receiver tonight, I think that's gonna be a sign that they're likely going to move on from Ayuk. Another one would be if the Steelers select a wide receiver tomorrow. if then they go on there. Omar Khan has had a really good job at not overselling for players. So we'll see. There's still 2 more days of the draft. I'm sure there's still going to be a trade. If it's next year, they'll probably wait till day 3 to do it with all the picks done. So we'll see.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think honestly, like the most suspenseful pick is coming up with the 49ers in after this. So that's the one. If San Francisco takes a receiver, then the chances that Brandon Ayuk gets traded, I think it skyrockets. But if they take like an old lineman, if they take like a defensive back, which they could, then I think the chances of Ayuk getting traded definitely lessens for sure. So that's the pick I think we're all watching for here. What does the Niners do? But let's send it over to Roger Goodell.
Ravens.
He's the best. All right, so 3 picks to go. It's the 1 seed from last year's AFC playoffs in the Baltimore Ravens.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys talked about it in terms of just the
defense.
pure cover corner.
Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie. That's a pretty good comp. All right.
The 173 pounds was a little startling. He got to his pro day. He was back up over 180, so that was encouraging. A very dynamic athlete.
Yeah, Nate Wiggins. I like that pick for the Baltimore Ravens. Shut down corner, not too bad.
Something with corners in Clemson. I mean, AJ Terrell was a really good pick for the Falcons a couple years ago. Clemson has a really good. I mean, you look at a lot of these colleges, right? Bama, they got a lot of good in terms of their defensive line, their linebackers, obviously quarterback, receiver. Clemson, really, they have a lot of good running backs in the past. Receivers has kind of been up and down. I mean, I know D-Hop was from there. But a lot of these schools, I mean, Clemson has they do a really good job developing corners. So I think this is a really good one for the Ravens.
Well, the Niners are on the board now, guys. This is the pick that I think we all have been looking forward to. So, receiver could be. Offensive line is kind of what I'm asking the Niners to get to protect Brock Purdy. Quarterback, maybe. I mean, Terrion Arnold, or no, Kool-Aid McKinstry's available right now. That's a guy that he played really well at Bama last year. That's another guy that I would like the Niners to draft. So, I mean, it could go either way. Offensive line. I know the Niners had a lot of interest in Roger Rosengarter, the offensive lineman out of Washington. So maybe that could be the pick. But Ladd McConkey is someone that the Niners media people have been speculating on. So, I mean, honestly, this is a pick that will determine Brandon Ayuk's future, I think. If you draft a receiver here, Ayuk's future is very much a doubt. If you don't draft a receiver here, if you go somewhere else, I think Brandon Ayuk stays in San Francisco.
Well, especially if like they get like Amari Mitchell or like a day 1 type of receiver, you know, if they want to get like a day 2 type of guy, I know they probably still, you know, probably have Ayuk on the roster. But if they want to get a day 1 type of receiver, I could really see, you know, Ayuk potentially being out there for a team that might call. So yeah, I think to me, Isaiah, they're probably going to go offensive line. But what is a position that you would not be happy if they went for? What would be a position that you would not like if they went for a defense?
Defensive end. If you go defensive end, I would be pissed because you don't need defensive end. You literally invested so much in free agency on your defensive end. You got Malik Collins. You got a bunch of other Leonard Floyd. I mean, you got a bunch of guys on the defensive end. Like your defensive line is finished. I want either offensive line or secondary. I think offensive line is the more of a priority just because of how bad, especially the right side of our offensive line was last year. That's the one. That's definitely the one of the one pick I would like. So yeah, defensive end is the one that would make me flip. But the offensive line, cornerback, wide receiver, I'm kind of okay with it. Just because I'm of the mindset that if you pay like a guy like a Brandon Ayuk like $30 million a year, that would be a really bad investment because I feel like you won't win paying a receiver that much money. I just think it never works out. So, I mean, I think I could see either one of those three, but defensive end just makes no sense whatsoever.
I think they're going to go with the best corner available right now. And in my opinion, he should have been drafted in the last pick, I think. But Cooper DeJean out of Iowa, he's probably the best corner in the draft right now. I'd have to say him for the slot.
I'm surprised he hasn't been drafted yet. Because I saw like that a lot of teams or in the mock drafts that he was going to go higher than he's been right now. So the fact that he hasn't been drafted yet is definitely a surprise.
All right, getting closer.
Yeah, I was surprised the Ravens didn't draft DeJean, honestly. If they're going to go corner, I thought he was the best corner in the draft. Kool-Aid McKinstry, I think, was second or third. And then I have Wiggins right there with him. So, I mean,
Pick
that's
is
how I
in.
rate those corners. So I was
Here we go. Please no defensive end. Please no defensive end.
I remember the days of the Patriots being so good for so long, but the downfall would be is the drafts every year. Like, legitimately, I have to wait till like the second to last pick. I was like, jeez. So, I don't know. Obviously, being in number 3 overall pick was a very new thing for me. But like I was telling Isaiah, I mean, I don't know how you, Sammy, feel about Drake May overall, but I think personally for the Patriots, they had to go a quarterback regardless. And I just think that, I really like Jaden Daniels. I mean, Caleb specifically, let the Bears take him. I mean, obviously, I like the talent there, but at the stuff off the field, I think we'll kind of take back a lot of kind of what they're bringing in. But yeah, I just don't know. How do you feel about the Drake May stuff? I mean, I told Isaiah, I do think that they have to really give him a lot though around to help him succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Drake May, in my opinion, last year was like the best player, best quarterback in college football. And he had more of a down performance than I was expecting him, but that was because the ceiling was the expectation. As a quarterback and as a prospect, he's probably the best quarterback in the draft as far as a pro-level quarterback. I know number 1 was Caleb Williams, and he has the roof is for him is crazy, and the ceilings and projections for him are crazy. But as a quarterback right now, I think Drake May is probably the most polished one, and he's also not a quarterback that uses his feet a lot. But when he needs to use his feet, he's a pretty good mover. He's a good improviser.
Here we go.
So we'll see how that works out for him.
All right.
The latest wide receiver taken, fastest man in the history of the combine. And the Bills
Ball Niners.
Last,
you got
here the 49ers pick.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver.
Well, they do take a receiver. Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall is coming off.
They went receiver.
Somebody who also went to the senior
bowl
and showed up.
Michael Gallup.
I saw him down there. Michael Gallup was my comparison. One of the things when
this guy was a 3rd round pick.
When he gets to the top of his route, they appreciate
what are we doing? This guy was legitimately 3rd round pick.
To be able to haul that one in, tracking the ball again.
All right, well,
that everywhere, but especially with Kyle Shanahan, can you run through the catch point?
I don't know.
And are you reliable with your hands? He's a
Ricky Pearsall is probably the best diamond in the rough in the draft. I love him.
Absolutely loves ball.
Florida.
Joel, you remember him at Arizona State?
I was just going to say,
is it?
There's a certain quarterback who went number 2, threw the ball to Ricky Pearsall, and now you're taking.
Does he seem like he has a Debo traits though?
What happens with Ayuk, we don't know, but Pearsall's there, Kittle's still there, Debo. It'd be interesting to see how they continue to fashion.
I'm just like, who? You don't take offensive lineman, you take him?
They did. Yo, my brother just said that the Bills traded their pick again.
Of course they did.
Yeah, Panthers are right there.
Panthers, wow.
I wonder if they traded another receiver for that pick.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, who is this?
Wow.
This dude is literally. I'm looking at him right now. Late second round pick, early third round pick. We literally drafted him in the first round. You have got to be kidding.
I'm not going to let this Ricky Pearsall slander slide, all right? Because I'll tell you right now, watching him in college football and watching him throughout the combine, he's a very sneaky, very good player. I'm telling you, this guy's going to be a very good pro. I thought he was going to go in the mid-second. I was hoping the Pittsburgh was going to grab him, actually, because he was a really good player. He had some one-handed catches in Florida where the guy, Graham Mertz, I think the quarterback was, overthrew him. He's a sneaky good player.
Wow.
Another guy specifically, Isaiah, that if you guys want to go receiver, I mean, it sounds like this guy has ability, so I'm not going to obviously knock the overall pick, but it's just kind of the timing of it. Like, obviously, it's potential third round potential. You're getting in the first round. I mean, they must be really highly of him, and that I think specifically that actually means more of Ayuk or Deaver is going to be gone. I really do, because if they value him specifically at that overall level, I mean, I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but if you're going to feel like you're going to pick that number one specifically for like a second or third round type of talent, I mean, you're probably training one of your guys. You have to.
I'm surprised that they didn't go like a Polk, Jalen Polk. I thought Polk would wipe this round, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
or Keon Coleman.
Yeah,
Coleman's still out there, or Leggett. I mean, obviously, heck, I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I thought Coleman was going to slide.
Leggett would have been good. Leggett would have been really good.
Yeah.
I thought Coleman
watch the Panthers get Leggett now.
Mitchell and Polk, honestly, is probably what I went with. USC wide receiver or Washington wide receiver.
All right. Now with the Denver and Lakers game, Isaiah, currently it's in the third quarter, 6:21 left. The Nuggets are up by 8, 69-61. So
of course they are.
We'll see how that.
The problem with the Lakers, the game. By the way, Benjamin Solak is reporting that from what I've been told, the Niners have been on the phones all night up until and through their pick at 31, exploring trades for both Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Considering the Ricky Pearsall pick, I imagine that San Francisco is not done exploring those trades. So Ayuk, I mean, you thought today was crazy with Ayuk. Oh my God!
That's what I'm telling you. I'm like, if they're taking him at a second or third round talent, bro, and they're taking him in the first round, there has to be something coming. Has to. Because you just don't do that. I mean, unless you really rely on the guy. I mean, I could be wrong. I definitely could, but.
And I wonder if they trade him to Pittsburgh, because I think that's like the top place that they have him not going. How Pittsburgh's going to work through all those contracts, because they have to get Pickens re-signed in a couple of years. They have to re-sign Fields next year, or Wilson, and they're going to have to re-sign Ayuk almost immediately. And Ayuk just had one of the best seasons in his career. He had the best season in his career, so he's going to be asking for a premium. So we'll see how that plays out.
I'm stunned, guys. Let's see who the Panthers pick. They are pick is in. And
belongs to the team that once upon a time had the first pick of this first round. But, the Bears kind of took it. Here's the Panthers wrapping up the night.
The Buffalo Bills have
last pick of
traded
the night.
the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette.
Wow.
Wide receiver, South Carolina.
There you go.
Wow.
Honest Dave.
That closes the first round. Thank you, Detroit, for a record-setting night. Don't forget, over the next 2 days, you can break the all-time NFL draft record. Thank you. See you at 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
And speaking of record-setting or record-tying, that's a record-tying 7th wide receiver taken in this first round.
Wow.
Saw a
Wow.
Talk about a day. Night. Oh, well, is there anything else you guys want to say before we probably call it a night?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely still kind of in shock at the Niners pick. I thought it was gonna be, a guy. I thought honestly it was gonna be a guy like Glad McConkey or an offensive lineman, but Ricky Pearsall. Yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head at the moment. In terms of like the others that have picked, I mean, it's been what 2.5 hours since the Falcons drafted Michael Penix, and I'm still not like my jaw is still on the ground from that pick. And yeah, so there's a lot of. And by the way, I saw something about the Buffalo Bills, Ben and Sammy. The Bills Chiefs the draft trade that netted the Chiefs Xavier Worthy. So I'm looking at it right now. The Kansas City Chiefs. By the way, Mike Silver, he's very connected to the 49ers. Is just saying that the Niners are now more likely to trade Deebo Samuel than they are to trade Brandon Ayuk. So
Who said that?
Mike Silver, columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, he's very tied to the Niners.
Interesting.
Deebo was hurt a lot last year, so that makes sense.
Yeah. But wow. Receiver for the
Did he
Niners.
just report that?
What's that?
Did he just report that?
He just reported it, yeah. I'm just seeing this on Twitter.
Oh.
But I'm looking at the Chiefs Bills trade. The Chiefs didn't even have to give up much. I mean, they gave up they swapped first round picks, but they didn't give up much picks. I think they only gave up. Hold on, I'm trying to find the exact trade for that Chiefs Bills trade.
Oh, they're more likely to trade Deebo than Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. They traded a third and fourth. They swapped third and fourth rounders. So the Bills got 93rd, I believe, and the Chiefs went down up to the fourth. And then it was like in those mid 200s. They swapped the Bills moved up like 20 spots, 22 spots.
I mean, I mean, shit. I would still look at getting Deebo in our offense. I mean, we need an explosive guy for so long. I mean, heck, Drake May to have your first target with Deebo Samuel. I mean, man, that would be great.
The problem with Deebo though is he's always hurt now. That's the only issue with Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Right, but you can make an argument for a lot of guys in terms of their overall availability. I mean, typically, like I mentioned, I usually take availability as your best availability, right?
Yeah.
But they've needed a talent so bad, and I think it just brings so much juice to this team where you pick a potential prospect that could be one of the top quarterbacks in our generation. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that for May, but that's what a lot of people with scouts are saying, for a lot of these, quarterbacks in this class. So, obviously, you need to give him an overall guy, and then you can kind of work your way up. I mean, heck, just look at the Texans, their overall blueprint. They were in purgatory for the last couple of years. They fired Lovie Smith. They had the number 2 overall pick. They traded up from 7 or 8 or something. Well, they had the number first one, and then they traded up back with their second pick. They got the number 2 pick. So they got C.J. Stroud, which is now obviously turned out to be awesome. Yep. And then you got Will Anderson, who is essentially going to be an absolute stud for them for the long-term future. And so essentially when you have those 2 guys specifically out there, then you look at in terms of the overall cast for this offseason, they went out and they got Danielle Hunter to help solidify that defensive line. And you go out and get Stephon Diggs. Even though it's a potential 1-year rental, that's an absolute steal because you still have guys like Nico Collins and Tank Dell. He doesn't have to be your main focus over there. And then you get Joe Mixon. I mean, that's exactly when obviously I'm not saying the Patriots are going to become the next year's Texans by any means, but that's kind of the overall way of if you're going to start from ground up, that's kind of a great blueprint to have. So.
I mean, the Texans also benefited probably from the worst trade in NFL history. That Deshaun Watson trade that Cleveland did was by far the worst, and they gave the Texans enough draft capital to be able to draft Stroud and Will Anderson, which is crazy.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. So they obviously had to come a little luck with that, but
yeah,
they took it to them. They took the advantage. So
Exactly.
All right, guys, it's been a great show. Appreciate everybody that tuned in tonight. Appreciate Steven and Trevor and Garrett for coming on earlier, and also Sammy and Ben joining me here tonight late. But yeah, I mean, what a great first round of the draft. We had a lot of crazy moments. Michael Penix going number 8 to Atlanta, even though they just got Kirk Cousins. Xavier Worthy going to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Niners taking Ricky Pearsall. A lot of crazy moments happened tonight here in this draft. Before we go into final thoughts and conclude, Sammy and Ben, what are you guys? Who are your winners and losers for the first round? Like, if you had to give some, for me, I would probably say the winner is definitely Aaron Rodgers, because he gets more protection with that offensive lineman they drafted. Also, the Patriots, you finally get a quarterback in Drake May. I really like that move a lot. And then for the loser, it's definitely the Buffalo Bills. I mean, you needed a receiver, and you give Kansas City the guy that you needed. So it makes no sense. Plus, you basically have the same amount of picks you started with this trade, so it makes no sense. And also the Falcons. I mean, Kirk Cousins, you gave him a 4-year deal. A lot of money, and you draft a quarterback who's going to be 24 years of age, who has a lot of injury concerns. Makes absolutely no sense. So, and Terry Fontenot, because there was a video. I don't know, Ben and Sammy, if you guys saw it, but there was a video of Terry Fontenot explaining to the owner of the Falcons why they made that move. I honestly don't think he's going to have a job. I would not be shocked if he gets fired after the draft. I mean, that was just an awful decision by the Atlanta Falcons. So those are my winners and losers. How about your guys's? Ben, you can go first on this.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm a bit biased here, but obviously the Patriots are a good start. I mean, they obviously got what they needed, their franchise quarterback for the foreseeable future. But in terms of just teams overall, I mean, like you mentioned, the Jets, they got Oli Muliafanu, or whatever his last name is. You have more protection for Aaron Rodgers, of course, went down early last season. But now you had him, obviously, which for him specifically, he only, I believe, allowed 1 sack and like his senior or junior, some crazy stat or whatever. So they're building something up over there. They also got the guy from the Ravens to help kind of boost up their offensive line. So they essentially got 3 offensive tackles, and they're going to get Elijah Vera Tucker back, I believe, too. So their offensive line looks a lot better this year. The Jaguars, I think that the Jaguars kind of are a sneaky team. They got Brian Thomas Jr., who I'm really high on. Obviously Calvin really moving on. They kind of have a guy to replace him. So that's another team. Let me think. The Vikings. I mean, JJ McCarthy, I think I'm not a massive McCarthy guy, but he could be a steal. Obviously they also got Dallas Turner, who, like I said before Sammy came on, I told Isaiah this, that he's going to be a great player, I think, for them. Really kind of understands their scheme, and I think he's a replacement for Daniil Hunter. So I really like that over there in Minnesota. My losers, I would say, is the Bills. I mean, heck, they decided to trade back, and not only trade back, but trade back with a team that's been giving you absolute hell, and you essentially gave them a player that ran one of the fastest 40s in the class this year, Nick Xavier Worthy. So they're a loser to me. And then the other one, oh man, it's tough. I mean, I really think it's I guess the Falcons, like you mentioned, that's obviously just kind of very questionable. I like Penix a lot, but there has to obviously be something going on, and to the fact that Kirk Cousins was very surprised about it, doesn't make the situation any easier. So I'll probably go with, in terms of outside the Patriots for tonight. I think the Chiefs obviously got an absolute stud. They got a dog and Worthy, but I like the Jags and the Jets pick as well. And then my losers are I don't know, like the Giants specifically to me, right? I mean, I like Neighbors, but I think that the pick itself I thought they were going to go quarterback. I mean, there's the fact that they were really selling them just on May, right? And I'm just not a big Daniel Jones guy. So they might just be kind of like a middle type of guy, like team overall, in terms of like yeah, they won in terms of the talent, but you lost kind of in terms of the fit. I guess that makes any sense. So that's kind of my overall reactions from day one.
I'm gonna go. I don't know, not much else I could say other than you guys, but for my winners, I'm gonna go with the Chiefs first. Getting the wide receiver that you wanted in the start of the draft is a huge win, and that was the only real deficiency the Chiefs had as the Super Bowl winners. And then the other winner would have to be the Vikings, last team that drafted a Big Ten quarterback and Alabama pass rusher. It was a surprise team of the season. It was the Houston Texans last year. So for my losers, I would have to say the Falcons because now they're in a situation on what the hell do you do in the quarterback room with Penix and Kirk Cousins right there. And I want to say Desmond Ritter's still on there as well. And then you have the situation in the Bills where you give your biggest rival the tools they need to win. And my third winner, I should say, is the Niners. I think that they was phenomenal, grabbing a slot receiver and Ricky Pearsall, the level that Ricky Pearsall is about to bring. If they keep that team together, they're going to be a serious start to win the Super Bowl this year. I think they're going to be the overwhelming favorite.
All right, it's been a great show. 4 hours into the program. I mean, what a crazy draft extravaganza it's been. Appreciate everybody who tuned in and who joined the program tonight. We'll go to some final thoughts before we wrap things up. Ben, what's your final thoughts for tonight's program?
I feel like tomorrow and the next day is going to be even more crazy because I do think that, AJ Brown obviously got an extension today. The trades obviously weren't crazy today. I mean, I feel like that there was a little bit more later on tonight. So I think that there's obviously a little bit more action than before. But yeah, with the Niners picking that receiver, I think that they picked him in a way where it's a third, second level. And I think specifically that the teams are going to still call in for Debo and for Brandon Ayuk. So I think that this fun draft obviously is going to be far from over. The Patriots have the 34th overall pick, so I think that they're picked in like number 2 or 3 tomorrow. And Buffalo, I believe, is I'm not sure specifically where Buffalo kind of lands, but yeah, tomorrow obviously should be just as fun as tonight. So I'm excited for that. Overall, great show. Sammy, thanks for coming on. Isaiah, obviously, thanks for hosting, and Steven, Garrick, and everybody else, Trevor as well too. So it's good to see you guys, and hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
All right, Sammy, any final thoughts from you before we wrap things up?
I'm also excited for round 2. I'm curious to see what the Steelers will do with the center position, and if the Steelers draft a wide receiver to use that as bait to get with the Niners and complete that trade. So we'll see. There's a lot of movement that could happen and a lot of speculation still that could happen.
Right. All right, guys, it's been a great show. 4 hours in, we're all pretty exhausted. It was a fun first round, a lot of excitement, a lot of crazy stuff went on here in this first round. But, man, it's been a great show. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you guys all next week. We'll probably do more shows next week. We'll see you guys next week. We'll do some first round, or we'll do some draft recap shows. Can't wait for that. But until then, it's been a great night. Have a great night, everybody, and we'll see you guys again soon.
Here he is again, going through some traffic, still going. Bowers, touchdown, Georgia.
Here's Slovis. Roman Wilson trying to run under us. There it is. Ball.
Slovis is having a solid.
Michigan tight ends in the ballgame. They hand it to Corum again and makes the cut. First down. Spooks and scores. Blake Corum puts Michigan on top in overtime. fast as they possibly can, needing 2 scores. The call, sacked again. Latu